Hello and welcome to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. In this tutorial, we are going to build a full stack doctor appointment booking app using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. In this full stack project, we have added 3 levels of login. First one is patient login, where patient can log in and book the appointments. Second one is doctor's login, where doctor can manage the appointments, check their earnings and update their profile. And the third one is admin login, where admin can create and manage the doctor's profile. Along with this, we have also added the online payment gateway in this app so that user can pay the appointment fee online. So let's explore all the features of this doctor appointment booking app. So this is the home page, where you can see we have this banner. Then we have these images to choose the doctor with some specialty. Then we have the top doctors list, and after that we have the banner, and at the bottom we have this footer. Let me scroll up, and if I click here on all doctors, it will display list of all doctors available on this app. Right, and in the left side we have option to filter the doctors based on the specialty. If I click on this one, dermatologist, so you can see we have 3 doctors. And if I click again on this link, so it will be deselected and we will see the list of all doctors again. Right, now we have this about page and then this contact page. After that, let's go to all doctors and click on any doctor image. So it will open the doctor's appointment page. Here you can see the doctor image, doctor's detail like name, their degree and year of experience. Then we have the about text. Then we have the doctor's fee. And here we have the option to choose the booking slot. We can choose the date and time, right? And then we can click on this book appointment to book the appointment. And at the bottom we have the related doctors. But before booking an appointment, we have to create one account. So let's click on this create account. So it will open this account creation form where you have to enter the name, email ID and password, and you can create one account. Or here we have the option to log in. So I already have one account, so I'll enter the email ID and password and log in into my account. So I have added the email ID and password, then click on the login button. So now I am logged in on this website. Here you can see now we have the option for my profiles, then my appointments, and we have option to log out. So let me go to this my profile. Here you can see we have the image and other details. If I click on this edit button, here we can update the image, name and some other information. Then click on the save information. That's it. And if I go to my appointments, right now you can see we don't have any appointment. So let's book a new appointment. I'll click here. Here I will select this first doctor. Here we will select the date. Let's say 5th, and we will select the time 12 PM and click on this button book an appointment. So now we have successfully booked the appointment with this doctor, right? Now after booking the appointment, we have the option to cancel this appointment, or we can also pay the appointment fee online. Here you can see we have the option pay online, right? So after booking this appointment, let me come back to the admin panel. So this is the admin dashboard. If I refresh it, here you can see we have a new appointment with this doctor that we have just booked, right? And here we have option to cancel it. And if I go to appointments list, so you can see the patient name, right? Here we have the doctor's name, then appointment fee, and here we have the date and time, correct? Now in this admin panel, we have the doctor's list also. So the admin can see the doctor's list, and admin can also add a new doctor. Here we have the add doctor, right? So using this form, we can add a new doctor. Let me select the image. I'll select this one. After that, we will add the information about the doctor. So let me add the doctor's name. Let's select the specialty. Then we'll add the doctor's email ID. So let's add this dummy email. Then in the degree, we will add MBBS. Then we will set one password for this doctor. Then here we have to add the address. Let's select the year of experience. Then we will add the doctor's fee, and here we will add the description about this doctor. Then click on this add doctor. So you can see the notification doctor added, and you can see the same doctor in this list. If I scroll down, here you can see Jeffrey Williams that we have just added, right? So this was the admin panel. Now let me log out from this admin panel, and here we have the option to log in again, and you can see here we have option for doctor login. Let me click here, and here we will add the login detail for the doctor. So let me add richard@demo.com. We will add the password and click on login. So this is the dashboard for the doctor, and in this one you can see the earnings, appointments and number of patients. So here you can see the new appointment that we have just booked. So after completing the appointment, doctor can click on this check mark to mark this appointment as completed, or doctor can also cancel this appointment by using this button, right? And here we have the appointments list. So here doctor can see all appointment data, and here doctor can update their profile also. If we click on this edit, then doctor can update the description, doctor can update the fee and address, right? Then click on this save. So this was the doctor's dashboard. Here you can see the payment mode is cash. Because we have just booked the appointment, we have not made the payment. Now let me complete the payment online. I'll click here, and here we have two options, Stripe or Razorpay. Let me click on Razorpay. Here let me add the card detail. This is the test card detail. After making the payment, here you can see it says paid. Now let me go to the doctor's dashboard, refresh it, and here you can see the payment is online, right? Because we have made the payment using online payment gateway. So this was the project overview, and I have provided the project live link in the description so that you can also explore this doctor appointment booking website. I just want to tell you that this is the best project to learn MongoDB and stand out in the developers community. Also, you won't get this kind of project anywhere on the YouTube. It took me more than 1 month to design and develop this awesome MongoDB project. In exchange, I want you to provide 1000 comments on this video so that I can bring more projects like this for free to make you a master in full stack development. But not only that, this project can be customized to use in your college project or personal project purpose. So let's start the development process and build this full stack project step by step. Now we are at the desktop screen, and here we will create a new folder. Let's add the folder name Prescripto. That is going to be our app name. Now we will open this folder in VS Code editor. So right click and select show more options. Then select open with code. Now our project folder is open in VS Code editor. Here we have to open the integrated terminal. So right click here and select open in integrated terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at the Prescripto folder. Here we will create the front-end project using the Vite package. For that, simply write the command npm create Vite at latest. After that, just click OK, and here we will add the project name. So let's add front-end. After that, we will select the framework, that is React, then select JavaScript. As you can see here in the left side, we have one folder called frontend. Now let's navigate to this folder using the terminal. So simply add this command cd frontend. Now we are at the frontend folder. Here we have to install all the dependencies. So simply type npm install. So it is installing the dependencies in the frontend project. After that, we will install some other packages also. So let's add npm install Axios, React Router DOM and React Toastify. So we have installed these 3 packages. After that, we will run our project. To run this project, simply type npm run dev. Now our project is successfully running on this local URL. So we have to open this link in our web browser. So simply open this link in web browser. Now you can see our project is successfully running in the web browser. Now we have to clear this default project. So let's come back in the sidebar, open the frontend folder, and here we will open src folder, and from here we will open this app.jsx file. Let's clear this file, and here we will use the command, and here we will use the snippet RAFCE. If you are not getting this RAFCE snippet, then you have to install one extension, that is ES7 plus React Redux. After installing this extension, you will get this RAFCE snippet. After that, we will save this file and we will delete this app.css file. After that, let's open the assets folder, and from here delete this react.svg. After removing this svg file, let's open index.css file. Let's clear this file also. Let's save this file. Now we will open the web browser. So you can see our project is clear now. Next we have to update this title. So let's come back to the index.html file, and here we have the title tag. So in this one, let's remove the text and we will add our own title. So let's add prescripto. After that, let's save the changes and open the web browser. So you can see the title has been updated. After that, we are going to use the Tailwind in this project. So we have to add the Tailwind support. So let's open a new tab, and here we will search for Vite Tailwind. Let's open the first link, and here we have the steps to add the Tailwind in our project. So the first step is to copy this statement npm install and these dependencies. So let's copy this, and we will come to the terminal, and first we have to stop this project. So simply type Ctrl+C, yes. Now just paste the command, execute it. Now it will install the Tailwind dependency in the project. After that, we will copy the second statement and paste it here, then execute it. So it will create one Tailwind config file in our project. So in the sidebar, you can see we have tailwind.config.js file. After that, we will copy this configuration and we will paste it in this tailwind.config.js file. So let's clear it and paste the configuration that we have just copied. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. After that, here we have the next step. We have to copy these lines and paste it in the index.css file. So let's copy it and let's open index.css file and paste this. Now save the changes. Next we have to run the project. So in this terminal, we will type npm run dev. Now it will start our project in the development mode. Now we have added the Tailwind support in our project. To test it, let's come back to the app.jsx file, and here let's add some text. So let me add testing Tailwind, and in this div we will add the class name property, and here we can use the Tailwind classes. So let me add any Tailwind class name here. So just add text green 500. We will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I open the website, so here you can see we are getting the text testing Tailwind, and here we have the green color. It means we have successfully configured the Tailwind support in our project. Now let me remove these class name and this text also. Let's close this tab also. After that, we will insert the assets in our project. So here we have one assets folder where I have some images. You will find this assets download link in the video description. So let me copy all these files, then open the project folder, go to frontend, then src, then assets, and paste all the images. Now let's close this and open the VS Code editor. Now in the sidebar you can see in the assets folder we have all the images, icons, and we have one assets.js file also. In this one we have imported all the images and exported it in this assets object. So whenever we have to use these images, we will import this assets object, and by using this we can simply access these images. In this assets file we have some data also. We have added the specialty data where we have this text and image. After that we have the doctors array where we have multiple objects. Each object is representing each doctor. It has doctor name, image, a specialty, degree, experience, about, fees, and address. Here we have total 15 doctors data that we will use to display the doctors on our front-end project. After that, let's close this file. Now we will create the folder structure in our project. So in the src folder we will create a new folder and we will name it components. Now in this folder we will create multiple components and we will reuse these components like navigation bar and footer. Now in this src folder let's create another folder with the name pages. We can create multiple pages in our web app. Now to add the multiple pages in our application, we need the support of React Router DOM. So first we have to add the React Router DOM support in our project. So to add that, let's open main.jsx file, and here we will import browser router from React Router DOM package. Now here we will remove this strict mode, and here we will use browser router. So between this browser router tag we have the app components. Now let's save this file. After adding this tag we have the support of React Router DOM in our project. After that, in this src folder, let's create another folder with the name context. Here we will create our context for the front-end project where we will manage the user login and other context data. After that, we will create multiple pages. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file with the name home.jsx. That will be the home page. Here we will use the RAFCE snippet. Remove this text. After creating this home page, let's create another page and write the file name doctors.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, let's create another page in this pages folder. Write the file name contact.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, we will create about page. So right click and create a new file. Write the file name about.jsx. Here we will write RAFCE. We will save this file. Now we have created these pages. Now if we come to our web browser, and here we have this Figma file. You will get this Figma file link in the video description so that you can open this and see the design file. Here we have all the pages design that we are going to create. So according to our design, we have created the pages file for home, doctors, about and contact. Now we will create the page for the user login. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file. The file name is login.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now we have created the login page also. Next we have to create this page, that is profile page. For that, let's create a new page and write the file name myprofile.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. We will save this file. After that, we will create this My Appointments page where we will display the already booked user appointment. So let's create a new file in this pages folder, and the file name will be myappointments.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. Now we have created these pages. By using this page component, we will set up our routes. For that, let's open app.jsx file. And in this div, first we will add the class name property, and here we will provide some margin from x-axis. So let's add mx4, and for different screen size we will add mx 10%. In this div, let's add routes tag. Here we are getting the suggestions routes tag from React Route DOM. Select this. So it will import the routes tag from the package. Now close this tag. Between this tag, we will create route tag. We are getting the suggestion, so let's click here. So it will import the route from React Router DOM package. Now after that, let's close this tag, and here we have to define the path. That will be slash for the home page, and here we have to mount our home page component. So let's add the element property, and in this element let's add home. That is the home page component. Let's add opening arrow home. So we are getting the suggestion. So let's click here. So it will import this home from this pages folder. Now let's close this tag. Now whenever we will open the slash path, it will display the home page. So let's test it. So first we'll open the home.jsx file, and here let's add one text, that is home page. Save these changes and open the web browser, and let's open our website. So you can see here it is displaying home page. Now if I go to other route like this, now that home page text has been removed. So now the React Router DOM is perfectly working. Now let me remove this text and save the file. Now we have added the home page. Similarly, we will add all the pages that we have created here. For that, let's make the copy of this line. Here we will add the path that will be doctors. And in this path, we will add doctors page. We will select it from here. So it will automatically import this doctors from the pages folder. Now let's create another copy. Here we will add the path that is /doctors/ colon. We will add the specialty. This specialty for the doctors. So whenever we will click on any specialist, then a specialist doctor will be visible here. For that, we will use this parameter. After that, we will create another copy of this, and here we will update the path that is login, and here we will add the element login page component. Select it, so it will import it. So it will import the login component from the pages folder. Now let's create another copy of this line. Here we will update the path. So it will be about page. So let's add /about path. Here in the element we will add about. Now let's create another copy. Here let's add the path /contact. And here we will add the contact page. So just add contact. After that, let's create one more copy. Then update the path. It will be my profile. And in this element, we will use my profile component. After that, let's create one more copy. Here we will provide the path my appointments. And in this element, we will use my appointments component. After that, we will create one more page. So in this pages folder, let's create a new file and we will add the file name appointment.jsx. Here also we will use RAFCE. After that, we will use this page to create one more route, and in this page we will display this doctor appointment page where user can book a new appointment. So let's create one copy of this route tag, and here we will add the path that is /appointment/ then we will add one parameter that will be the doctor's ID. So just add doc ID. After that, we will add the element. So in this element, just add the appointment page that we have just created. By using all these pages, we have created multiple routes. Now after this, we will start building our UI components. So first we are going to create this navigation bar. So to create this navigation bar, we will create one file in this components folder and write the file name navbar.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Here we have created this Navbar component. Next we have to mount this component so that this Navbar will be visible on the web browser. So we are going to add this Navbar in this app.jsx file before this routes. So it will be visible in all the pages. So simply add this Navbar, select it from this suggestions. We will get it from the components folder. Close this tag. Now we have mounted the Navbar outside of this routes tag, so it will be visible in all the pages. Now let's come back to the navbar.jsx file, and here we will create our Navbar. So first In this div, we will add one image tag. In this src, we are going to use this assets.js file. So simply add assets. We are not getting the suggestions, so let me manually add it. So just add import curly braces assets from / assets folder / assets file. After that, here we will use assets dot. As you can see, we are getting the suggestions of all the images. So we will use dot logo. So after adding this image tag, we will add one UL tag. In this UL tag, we are going to use the navlink tag. So let's add opening arrow navlink. As you can see, we are getting the navlink from React Router DOM. So select this one. So it will import this from the React Router DOM. Between these tags, we will create one li tag and one hr tag. So let's add the li tag. Between this li tag, let's add home. As you can see in my Figma file, in this navigation bar, we have the first menu, which is home. Then we have all doctors, then about, then contact. After this li tag, we will add one hr tag. Now just copy and paste it for 3 more times. In the second option, we have to add the all doctors. So let me update the text. It will be all doctors. In the third one, we will add about. In the fourth one, we will add contact. After creating this UL tag, here we will create one div. And in this div, we will create one button tag. Here we will add the button text that will be create account. So let me copy the text from the design file and paste it here. Create account. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, now we have added these text and image in the navigation bar. Next we will add the CSS properties. So first we will add the CSS class name in this div. So let's add the class name property. Then we'll add the Tailwind classes. So in this class name, let's add flex, item center, justify between, text small, padding, then margin, then border bottom, then border bottom color. After that, save the changes and open the web browser. So now you can see one horizontal line and all these contents are aligned side by side. After that, we will add the CSS for this image tag, that is our logo. So let's come back, hide this terminal, and in this image tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add width, then cursor pointer. We will save the changes. Now this logo is looking good. Next we will add the CSS properties for these UL tag. So in this UL tag, let's add the class name property. Here first we will add the hidden class name. So this UL tag will be hidden from the phone view. Then we'll add the medium device. Here we'll add the flex, item start, gap, then font medium. So it will be visible on medium screen size. Now save the changes. So you can see this UL tag is visible. Now it is aligned horizontally. Next we'll add the CSS properties in this li tag. So select all the li tags. In all li tags, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide padding y1. After that, we will add the CSS properties for all these HR tag. Select all the HR tags. Here let's add the class name. Here we will provide border none, outline none, height, background color, width, margin auto. Here we are going to use the primary color for the background. First we have to add this primary color in our tailwind.config file. So let's open tailwind.config file. Here in this theme option, inside this extend, let's add colors. That will be one object. Here we will define primary color. So write primary, and here we have to add the color code. So we are going to use this color code. That will be our primary color for our website. Save the changes. Close this file. Now here we are getting this background color using this BG primary. If we save these changes and come back to the web page, now you can see here we are getting one underline effect in all the menu items. Next we have to display this underline only on the menu that page is open. So for that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And now after this margin auto in all the HR tag, let's add the hidden class name. So it will be hidden for all the menu. Now in this navlink tag, let's add the to property. And here we will add one string. So let's add this slash. That will be for the home page that we have defined in the app.jsx file. So you can see the path is slash for the home component. Now let's open navbar.jsx file. In the second nav link, we will add the to property. Here we will add the path for the doctors page. That will be our slash doctors. Now in the third one, we will add the to property. Let's add slash about. After that, in the next nav link, we will add the to property. Here we will add slash contact. After adding this to property in all the nav link tag, we will save the changes and open the web browser. Now if I click on the inspect, and from here we will expand the body, then this div, then go to this UL, and here we have multiple A tag. We are at the home page, and in this first one we have the first A link. We are getting one class name called active. It means the home page is active right now. If I click on all doctors, when we select the all doctors, now the active class name has been removed from the first anchor link and it has been added in the doctors menu, right? In the second A tag. If I click on about, now it will add this active class name in this about anchor link. Now by using this active class name, we will add the underline effect on the active menu link. So to do that, let's open index.css file, and here we will add .active class name, then HR tag. Here we will provide apply block property. Save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. As you can see, we are at the slash about path and you can see the underline effect in the about menu. If I click on home, now we will get the underline on the home menu. So this functionality is working fine. After that, we will come back to the navbar.jsx file. Now in this button tag, we will add class name property, and here we will provide background primary, text white, padding, border radius, font weight, hidden, and for the medium screen size block. Now this button will be hidden in phone view, and in the medium and large screen it will be visible. After that, we will save the changes. Now we will get this button here. Now after this, in this div tag, let's add the class name property. Here let's add flex, item center, gap 4. Now in this button, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this one, it will redirect us to the login page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and before this return statement, we will add const navigate equal to, and here we are going to use the use navigate hook. After that, we will come here on this button tag and let's add the onClick property. Here we will add one arrow function. Here we will call the navigate function. After that, here just provide the path of our login page, that is /login. If I save the changes and if I click on this button, now you can see the path, it is /login. And when we will design the login page, that login forms will be visible here. After that, we will click on home, so we will come back to the home path. Now whenever the user gets logged in, then here we will display the profile picture of that user and one drop-down menu. So let's create the UI for that. So before creating that, here let's create two state variables. First one will be show menu and the second one will be token. So let's add const show menu. Then we will add the setter function name set show menu equal to use state. Then initialize it with one boolean data, that is false. Similarly, we will create one more state variable. The name will be token and setter function name will be set token equal to use state, and initialize it as boolean data true. Now whenever we have the token, it means we are logged in. When we don't have the token, we are logged out. So we have added the boolean data by default true. After that, inside this div, let's use the ternary operator. So we will check if the token is true. It means we are logged in. In that case, we will return one div. Let's move it in the new line. Then we'll add the colon, and if we are not logged in that case, we will display this button. So let's remove it and paste it here after this colon. Now let's check this logic. So now you can see this button is hidden because the token is true. And if we make it false, save the changes, then again this button is visible. So by default, we will make it true for now so that we can design this div. So when it is true, the user is logged in. In that case, we have to display one dropdown. So in this div, we will add one image tag, and in this image src, we have to add the assets.profilePic. For now, we are going to display this profile picture. If the user gets logged in, then we will display the user's picture. After this image tag, we will create one more image tag. In this image src, we are going to use assets.dropdownIcon. If I save the changes, so here we have this profile picture and this dropdown icon. Now we will add the class name properties for this image. So first we'll add the class name in this image tag. And here let's provide width, then border radius. So let's add rounded full. After that, in this image tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will define the width, that will be 2.5, that is approx 10 pixel. Now we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name, and in this class name, let's provide flex, item center, gap, cursor pointer, group, relative. Save the changes and open the web browser. Now the profile icon is looking good, and here we have this drop down icon also. Now we'll create one drop down menu, so whenever we will hover on this image, then the drop down menu will be visible. So to create the drop down, here we have added this group and relative. So after this image tag, let's create one div. In this div, we will create one more div, and inside this div, we will create 3 p tag. Now according to our design file, if we come to this design, here we are going to create this drop down, something like this. So first we have this text, my profile. So let me copy this text. We will paste it here. Then we have the my appointments. Let's copy and paste it here. Then we have this text logout. Copy and paste it here. After that, save the changes. So you can see all these text are visible in the right side of this image. Next we will add the class name, so it will be displayed as dropdown. For that, in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide absolute, top 0, right 0, padding top, text base, font weight, text color, z-index, hidden, group hover block. So by default it will be hidden, and when we will hover on the image, it will be visible. Save the changes. Now this dropdown is hidden. If we hover on it, then this dropdown is visible. After that, we will add the CSS property in this div. For that, here let's add the class name property. Now let's add minimum width, background color, border radius, flex, flex column, gap and padding. Save the changes. Now if we hover on this, here we are getting these options in the drop-down. Next we will add the class name property in these p tag. So in these 3 p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add hover, text black, cursor pointer. If I save the changes, when we hover on it, you can see the text color is changing it becomes black. After that, we will add the navigate function so that when we click on the my profile, then we will be redirected to the my profile page. That will be /my profile path. So for that, in these two p tag, let's add the onClick property. Here we will add this arrow function. Now we will use this navigate function. So here, after this arrow function, just add the navigate. In the first one, we have to send the users to the my profile path, that is my-profile. After that, in the second one, we have to send the user to the my appointments page. For that, here we will add my-appointments. After that, we will save the changes. If I hover on this and click on my profile, now we are redirected to the /my profile page. If I click on my appointments, now you can see the path, we are redirected to the my appointments. After that, we will add the functionality on this logout button, so that when we click on this, then we will make this token false. And this drop-down and profile icon will be hidden, and here we will get the create account button again. For that, here let's add the onClick property on this paragraph tag. Here we will call the setToken function and simply provide false. If I save the changes, now if we hover on it and click on the logout button, now that profile icon and drop down is hidden, and here we have the create account button. And if I refresh this one, again we will get this profile icon and this drop down menu. Now we have completed this navigation bar. After this navigation bar, we have to create the header section. So let's come back to the Figma design. So here in this design, you can see we have this header component with background color, text and image. So let's come back to the VS Code. Here in this components folder, let's create a new file that will be header.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Here we have created this component. Now we have to mount this component in this home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and from here let's add opening arrow, headers, select this header component from components/header. Let's close this tag and save the changes. Now let's open header.jsx file. In this div, we have to create two sections, one for the left side and another one for the right side. In the right side, we have this image, and in the left side, we have these text description button and small icons. So here let's add one comment. Let's add the comment text left side. After that, we will create one div. Inside this div, we will create the left side of the header. After that, let's add one more comment. Here we will add the comment text right side. And after that, let's create another div. In this div, we will display the right side content. In the left side, let's add the paragraph tag. In this paragraph tag, we will add this text book appointment with trusted doctors. So let's copy and paste it here. After that, we will add the BR tag to add a line break. Then we will copy the second line, that is with trusted doctors. We have pasted it here. After this P tag, we will create one div. And in this div, we will add one image tag. In this image tag, we will provide assets dot group profiles, that is this image. After this image tag, we will create one p tag, and here we will add this small description. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now let's move it in the single line, and here we will add the br tag to add the line break. After this div, we will create the anchor link, and in this anchor link, we will add this text book appointment. So let's copy it and paste it here. After this text, we will add one image tag, and in this image tag, we will provide assets dot arrow icon. So we have created the left side structure. Now in the right side, we will add the image tag, and in this src, we will provide assets dot header image. Now let's save the changes and open the web browser. So here we have created the left side and right side. Now let's add the CSS properties for this header section. So first we will add the CSS properties in this div tag. Here we will add the class name property, and in this one we will add the Tailwind classes. So just add flex column. For medium and above screen size, we will add flex row, flex wrap, background primary, rounded large, padding for different screen size. Then save the changes. Now you can see this background color, and we have some padding also. After that, we will add the CSS properties in the left side div. So just add the class name property, and let's provide medium, width half, flex call, item start, justify center, gap, padding y, margin auto, then padding for different screen size, then margin bottom. So now you can see the space around this. Next we'll add the CSS properties for this text. So in this p tag, let's add class name property. Let's provide text size. Then we will add the different text size for different screen. Text white, font semi-bold, line height. For different screen size, we will add different line height. Save the changes. Now you can see this text looks good. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. For that, here in this div, we will add the class name property, and let's provide the Tailwind classes. So for the medium and above screen size, we will add the width 1/2, position relative. After that, we will add the class name property for this image tag. Here we will add width full, position absolute, bottom 0, height auto, rounded large. Save the changes. Now this image is displayed in the right side, and this text is displayed in the left side. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this div, where we have the group profile icon and text. So let's add the class name property. We will provide flex column, flex row, item center, gap, text white, text small, and font weight. Now we will add the CSS properties for this image tag. So let's add the class name width 28. After that, save the changes and open the web page. As you can see, we have this image in the left side and this text in the right side. After that, in this br tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add hidden. And for a small and above a screen size, we will make it visible, so just add block. Save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this button. So let's come back, and here in this a tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, gap, background white, padding, border radius, text color, text size, margin auto, hover effect, transition all, then duration 300. After that, we will add the class name in this image. Here we will provide the width 3. Save the changes. Now here we have this beautiful button, and here we have the hover effect also. So now we have created this header section. Now let's come back to the Figma design, and you can see here we have some other content. So when we will click on this button, it should scroll the web page to this menu, which is find by specialty. For that, we have to add the smooth scroll. So in this button tag, in this anchor link, let's add has a specialty. Now our header section is ready. Now whenever we will create this section, then we have to add this ID in this section. So whenever we will click here, it will scroll the web page to this section. Now let's create this section. For that, let's come back to the components folder, and here we will create a new file, and we will name it a specialty menu.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Next, we have to mount this component on our home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and after this header, we will mount this component. So in this suggestion, we are getting this component, so just click here. So this component will be automatically imported. Now just close this tag, save the changes. Now let's open this component file. So in this component, here we have to add one title, one description, then these menu. For this menu, we will use assets.js file, and in this one you can see we have added this specialty data in one array where we have multiple objects where you can see the image and name. We have exported this file, so we can use this in any component. So first, in this div we will add one ID property, and here we will add the ID that we have added in this button. So just copy this specialty and paste it here in this ID. Now in this div tag, let's add the h1 tag, and here in this h1 we have to add this text. So let me copy this, paste it in this h1. After this h1 tag, we will create one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text. So simply copy and paste it. After this p tag, we have to display these menu with image and name. So here we will create one div, and in this div tag we will use this array. So first we have to import this specialty data. So let me copy this, and here we will add import curly braces specialty data. We'll get this suggestion, so just click here. So it will be imported from this assets file in our component. Now in this div tag, we will add the curly braces, and here we will use this specialty data. Then in this one, we will add the map method. Here we will pass one arrow function. Here let's use this a small bracket. In this one we will add link tag that we will get from the React router DOM. So when we click here, this link tag will be imported from the React router DOM. Now just close this tag. Now in this parameter we will take individual item and index number. Now in this link tag, let's add the to property, and here we will use template literal. So to use the template literal, just add the backtick. Here we will add /doctor's path. After that we'll add $$ curly braces, and here we have to add the specialty path. So simply add item dot. We will select this option specialty. Now in this link tag, let's add the image tag, and in this image src we will use item.image. After this image tag, let's add the paragraph tag, and here we will add the curly braces, then add item.specialty. Now in this link tag we will add the key property where we will provide index that we are getting from this parameter. Now if I save the changes and open our web page, so here we have this title description, then we have all the items, right? So we have total 6 menu. Now let's add the CSS properties for this component. So first we'll add the CSS property for this div. So here let's add the class name property and provide the Tailwind classes. So just add flex, flex call, item center, gap, padding, then text color. Save the changes. So now you can see everything is in the center. After that, we'll add the CSS properties in this h1 tag. So let's add the class name property. Here we will add text 3XL. Then we will add the font medium. Save the changes. So this title is looking good. Then we'll add the CSS properties for this paragraph tag. So in this P, let's add the class name and let's provide width 1/3, text center, then text small. Save the changes. So now you can see this small description is also looking good in 2 lines because we have added the width. Now we will add the CSS properties for these list that contains these image and text. So here in this div, let's add the class name property. Here let's provide flex. For a small and above a screen, we will add justify center, gap 4, padding, width, overflow, scroll. Save the changes. Here you can see we are getting all the items in horizontal line. Here we are getting this scroll bar. So we will make this scroll bar hidden. For that, let's come back to the index.css file. Here we will write :/webkit -scroll bar. Here we will apply hidden. Save the changes. Close this file. Now that a scroll bar is hidden. After that, we have to add the CSS properties on these images. So here we have this image tag. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width 16, and for a small line above screen, we will add width 24, then provide the margin bottom 2. Save the changes. So this is the perfect size for the image. Now we'll add the CSS properties for this link tag. So here let's add the class name. So let's provide flex call, item center, text extra small, cursor pointer, flex shrink 0, hover translate y, minus 10 pixel, transition all duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now if I hover on any item, you can see it moves up. Now when we click on this icon, it will navigate us to the doctors page, and here we are getting the specialty menu, right? If I go to home page and click on this general physician, then we will come to the doctor page, and here we will display the doctors with the specialty of general physician. And if we directly come to all doctors, then it will display the doctors of all the specialty. Now we have created this section. After that, in this link tag, we have added this to property. Next, we have to add one onClick property also. So let's add onClick. Here we will add the arrow function, and here we will call a scroll to, that is one JavaScript function, to scroll the web page. Here we will simply add 0, 0. So whenever user will scroll the web page and click on this menu, then it will redirect us to all doctors pages, and it will also scroll the web page to the top. Now we have completed this menu section. After that, we will create the top doctors section, where we will display the top doctors list. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor. In this components folder, we will create a new file. Write the file name topdoctors.jsx. Now in this file, we will add this snippet RAFCE. After that, we will mount this component on our home page. So let's open home.jsx file, and here after this a specialty menu, we will mount the top doctors component. Now save this file, come back to the topdoctors.jsx file, and here we will create the UI. So as you can see in this Figma design, first we need the heading, then description, then doctor's profile, and one more button. So let's come back to the VS Code editor. Within this div, we will create one h1 tag. Here, let's copy the text from here and paste it in this h1. After that, we will create one p tag and copy the text from the design and paste it here. After this p tag, we will create one div, and in this div, we will display the list of top doctors. So to display the top doctors profile, we will go to assets file, and here we have the doctors array, and we are going to display these doctors data in this top doctors component. So here we will add the curly braces, then add the doctors. We are getting the suggestion from the assets folder assets file. So just click here. After that, this doctors will be imported from the assets file. On this one, we will use the .slice method. Here we are going to display maximum 10 doctors. For that, here we will use the slice method, and in this slice method, let's add 0 to 10. After that, in this array, we will use the map method, and in this map, we will pass one arrow function, and here we will use the small bracket. Now in this parameter, we will get the individual item and index number. After that, in this bracket, we will return one div. And in this div, we will display the doctor's information like name, profile picture, a specialty, and other details. Now in this div, we will display the doctor's profile that contains the doctor's picture, available status, doctor's name, and doctor's specialty. Now in this div, let's add the image tag. In this image tag, we will use item.image. After that, let's create one div. And in this one, let's add another div. And here, let's add one p tag. In this p tag, we will display this green dot. So let's add another p tag here after this p, and here we will display the text which is available. So let's copy this and paste it here. Now after this div, let's create one p tag to display the doctor's name. So here we will get the doctor's name using item.name. After this p tag, we will add one more p tag, and here we will display the doctor's specialty. So just add item.specialty. After this div, here let's create one button tag that will display this more button. So let's add the button text more, save the changes, and let's come back to the web browser. So now you can see we are getting this text, then image, then doctor's information, available, name, and a specialty. Next, we are going to add the CSS properties in this component. So in this div, we will add the class name, and here let's add the Tailwind classes. So let's add flex, flex column, item center, gap, margin, text color, and margin from the x-axis. Then save the changes. Now you can see all the text and doctor's profile are displayed in the center. Now let's add the CSS in this h1 tag. Here we will provide text 3XL font medium. After that, let's add the CSS in this a small paragraph tag. So just add the class name, width, text center, text a small. Now save the changes. So you can see this title and paragraph is looking good. After that, here in this div, we will add the class name. Here we will add the width full, grade columns, auto, gap 4, padding, gap in Y, then padding X for a small and above screen. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now after that, here in this div, let's add the key property where we will insert index that we are getting from this parameter. After that, in this div, we will add the class name property. Here we are going to add border, border blue, border radius, overflow hidden, cursor pointer. Then we will add the hover effect. So we will add translate Y -10 pixel, transition all, and duration 500 milliseconds. Now save the changes. Now you can see this border and hover effect. Next we will add the CSS property in this image tag. So here let's add the class name. In this class name, let's provide background blue 50, After that, we will add the CSS property in this div also. So here let's add the class name, and here simply provide padding 4. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this div. So just add the class name. Let's provide flex, item center, gap 2, text small, text center, text color green. After that, we are going to use this first p tag to display one green dot. So let's add the class name. Here we will provide width, height, background green, then rounded full, that is border radius full. Now save the changes. Now in this background, we are getting the color blue. Now we will create the custom Tailwind property for this greet columns auto. For that, let's come back to the tailwind.config.js file. After this color, let's add the comma, and here we will write greet template column, greet template columns. Then add one object. Here we will define the auto property. In this auto property, we will provide the custom property. So let's add repeat, autofill, min max 200 pixel and 1 fraction. After that, we will save the changes and open the web page. Now you can see all the doctor's profile are aligned properly. We have the width of 200 pixel, and we are also getting this hover effect that we have added here. After that, we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So here in this one, we will add the class name property. And in this class name property, let's provide text gray, text large, font medium. Now in the second p tag, let's add the class name property. And here we will provide text gray, 600, text small. After that, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now this doctor's name and a specialty is looking good. So after creating this top doctors, we will design this more button. So here we have this button tag. Let's add the class name. And let's add background blue 50, text gray, padding X and padding Y, border radius full and margin top. Then save the changes and come back to the web page. Now this more button is looking good. Now when we click on any doctor's profile card, nothing is happening. So we have to add the navigate path so that when we click on any card, we will be redirected to the /appointment/doctor-id. And on that page, we can fetch the doctor's information and display the doctor information on that page. For that, let's come back to topdoctors.jsx file. And here, before this return statement, we will add const navigate equal to use navigate. We have to import this use navigate. So just click on this suggestion. So use navigate has been imported. Now add the bracket. After that, in this div, here let's add the onClick property. And in this one, we will add the arrow function and just call the navigate function, in which we will add the template literal. So just add the backticks. And here let's add the path, that is /appointment/ $sign curly braces, and paste the doctor's ID that we will get from the item. So let's add the item dot underscore ID. After adding this, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on the card, it will redirect us to the /appointment path, and here we have the doctor ID, which is doc2. Now let's come back to the home page. Now this functionality is working fine. After that, we will create the context. So for creating context, let's create a new file in this context folder. This file name will be appcontext.jsx. After that, here we will create the context so we can access the common logics from this file. So to create the context, simply we will type export const app context equal to, and here we are going to use the create context that we will get from the React package. Just click here, so it will import the create context from React. Now add the bracket. So here we have created one app context. After that, we have to create the context provider function. So to creating the context provider function, simply write const app context provider equal to, and it will be one arrow function. So we have created this arrow function. In this function, we will add one variable with the name value, and it will be one object. So whatever we will add in this value object, we can access that in any component. So let's first import the doctors from the assets. So we have imported the doctors from the assets folder assets file. That is one array that we are using in this top doctor component. So here we have directly imported it from the assets file. Now we will add this file in this context, and we will try to access this file from the context. For that, in this value, let's add doctors that we have imported here, and after that, here we will return app context dot provider, and between this tag we will add the curly braces, and from this parameter we will get the props, and in this curly braces we will add props dot children. After this, we will export this app context provider function. For that, we will use export default, and here we will use app context provider function. Next, we have to add this value in this props. So just add value and use this value object. Now we have added this value object in this app context. Our context file is ready now. Next, we will add the context support in our frontend project. For that, let's open main.jsx file, and here first we will import app context provider function from context file app context.jsx. After this browser router, we will create app context provider tag. Now between this tag, we will move this app component. So here we have wrapped our app component using this app context provider. After adding this, we will get the support of context in our frontend project. So now let's come back to top.doctors.jsx file. Here we will remove this import that we are importing doctors from the assets file, and instead of directly importing this file, we can use it from the context. So let's add const curly braces doctors equal to, and here we will use context hook, and in this one we will provide our context, which is app context. By adding this, we will get the doctors from this file. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, still we are getting these doctor list that we are getting from the context. After that, here we have some mistakes in this h1 tag. We have to add the font medium. So let me correct this, font medium. So now this heading is looking good. Now in this more button, we will add the functionality so that when we click on this one, we will be redirected to the all doctors page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code, and in this button tag, let's add the onClick property. Now in this onClick, let's add the arrow function, and here we will add this curly braces. Here we will call the navigate function. Then provide the path, that is /doctors. After that, let's add the semicolon, and here let's add a scroll to function. So just add a scroll to, and in this one just add 0 and 0. So whenever we will click on this more button, we will be redirected to all doctors page, and it will scroll the web page to the top. After that, here we have added the functionality book appointment. So it is coming to this section. So here we have to add the smooth scroll so that when we click here, it will scroll the web page smoothly and it will come to this section. So just come back to the VS Code editor. To add the smooth scroll in the project, let's come back to the index.html file. In this HTML tag, we will add class scroll smooth. We will correct this double quote, save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click on this book appointment, it will display the smooth scroll effect and we will be moved to this section. And after that we have this top doctors. Now after this top doctors, we will create this banner where we will display the text, this button and this image. So to create this, first we will create one new component. So in this components folder, we will create a new file and we will provide the name banner.jsx. In this file, we will use RAFCE. Now save this file. Now we have to add this banner component on the home page. So let's open home.jsx file. And after this top doctors component, we will mount the banner component. Now save the changes and we will come back to the banner.jsx file and here we will create the banner section. So to create the banner, let's come back to the Figma design file and here you can see we have this background color and here we have two sides, left and right. In the left side, we have the text and button, and in the right side, we have one doctor's image. So first we will add one comment. Here, let's add the comment text. Left side. After this comment, let's create one div. Now let's copy it and paste it here. It will be right side. Now in this left side div, we will add another div and here we will add two p tag. In the first one, we will write book appointment, just copy and paste it. And in the second line, we will add this text with 100 plus trusted doctors. So copy and paste it here. After this div, we have to create one button tag. So here we will add this text create account. So just copy and paste it within this button tag. After that, in the right side, we will add one image tag. And in this image src, we will use assets.appointment image. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text, button and this image. Now let's add the CSS properties for this banner component. So first we are going to add the CSS property in this div. So let's add the class name. We will provide flex, background primary, border radius, padding for different screen size, then margin. Now save the changes. So here in the left side we have this text, and in the right side we have the image, and we have the background color also. Now let's add the CSS property in the right side. In the right side in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will add the CSS properties. So in the desktop view, this image will be displayed, but in the phone view, this image will be hidden. For that, here let's add the hidden. Then for medium, we will add block. Then we'll add the width for different screen size. Then we'll add the relative. Now we have to move this image in the right side. For that, in this image tag, we will add the class name property. Here we will add width full, absolute, border 0, right 0, max width medium. Now save the changes, come back. After that we will add the CSS properties in this left side div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will use flex1, so it will use the available width. Then we'll add the padding. We will add different padding for different screen size. Now save the changes. Now you can see in this left side we have the text, and in the right side we have this image. Next we will add the CSS property in this paragraph text. So we will add the color and size. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, here we will add the class name property. Here we will add text size. We will provide different size for different screen size. Then add the font weight semi-bold, text white. Now in this second paragraph tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin top 4. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this text, and here we have the button text, create account. Now we will add the CSS properties for this button. So in this button tag, let's add the class name. We will provide background white, text small, then text base, then text color, then padding X, padding Y, border radius, margin top, then hover, that is a scale, then transition all. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting this button, create account. When we move cursor, you can see this hover effect. After that we will add the logic so that when we click on this button, it will open the login page. For that, in this button tag, we will use navigate function that we will get from the use navigate hook. So here, before this return, let's add const navigate equal to use navigate. Now in this button tag, let's add the onClick property, and here we will add this arrow function, and we will call the navigate function, and in this navigate function we will add the path. So here let's add / login path. After that, we have to add it in curly braces, then provide one semicolon, and here we will add a scroll to and provide the path 0 and 0. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on this create account, we are redirected to the login page. After that, we will create this footer section. To create this footer, we will come back to the VS Code editor. Here we will create a new file in this components folder, and provide the file name footer.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. Next we have to mount this component in the app component. After this routes tag, here we will mount the footer component. So we have mounted this footer component outside of this routes tag, so this footer will be visible in all the pages. Next we will come back to the footer.jsx file, and here we will design the footer. So to create the footer, first let's create one div. Here we will create 3 columns. As you can see, if we come to home page, here in this Figma file we have 3 columns: left, center and right. For these 3 columns we will create 3 div. So within this div, let's add one comment. Here we will add the comment left section. After this comment we will add one div. Similarly, copy this and paste it here and provide the name center section. Similarly, we will paste it again and provide the comment right section. Now we have 3 sections. So first we will create the left section. In the left section, we have to add the logo and this paragraph text. For that, we will come back to the VS Code editor and in this p tag. And in this left section, within this div we will add the image tag for the logo. Here let's add the assets. It will import the assets from assets file. So here let's add assets.logo, and after this image we will add one p tag. Now in this p tag, we will copy this text and paste it in this p tag. So we have added the text. This is unsupported characters, so let me remove it and save the changes. Now the left section is ready. Next we'll add the structure for the center one. So in this center we have the heading and 4 li tags. So here let's add one p tag. In this p tag we will add this text company. After this p tag we will create one ul, and in this ul we will create li tag. Here we need 4 li tags, so I'll add li into 4. In the first one we will type 4. So let me copy and paste it. Now just copy about us, paste it here. Now just copy contact us, paste it here. Now just copy the privacy policy and paste it in the 4th li tag. Now the structure for the center section is ready. Now we'll create the right section. So here we have the heading text. So just copy and paste it here in this p tag. Here we will add the text get in touch. So just copy and paste it. After that we will create one ul tag. In this ul we will create 2 li. So let's add li into 2. Now in the first one, simply copy and paste it. This is random phone number. Now let's copy this email ID and paste it. So we have added the structure for all 3 columns. After that we have to add one horizontal line and copyright text at the bottom. For that, after this div where we have created 3 sections, so after closing that, let's create another div. Here we can add the comment. So let me add the comment text, copyright text. So in this div we will create one HR tag. So just add HR. Now after that, let's add one p tag, and in this p tag, we will simply copy this text and paste it here. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now at the bottom, we are getting the image and all these text in the footer. Next, we will add the CSS properties to design this footer. So to add the CSS property, let's come back to the VS Code editor. And in this div, we will add the class name. Here we will provide medium margin X 10. Now in this second div, we will add the class name property, and here let's add flex column. For a small and above screen, we will add grid, then grid column, then gap, then margin Y, then margin top, and text size small. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see all contents are aligned in 3 columns. This is the left and center and right section. Now we will add the CSS property for the image tag. So in this image tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will add margin bottom 5, width will be 40. Now save the changes, come back to the web browser. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So let's come back, and here in this p, we will add the class name property. So here we will provide width full, then width, then text gray, then line height. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now this left section is looking good. Next, we will add the CSS property for the middle section. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here we will add the class name property, and let's provide text XL font medium, margin bottom. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this UL tag also. So here we will add the class name property. So let's provide flex column gap 2, then text color gray. Save the changes. Now this center section is looking good. Next, we have to provide the CSS property in the right section. For that, simply copy this class name and paste it here. Now for this UL tag also, just copy this and paste it in this UL tag. Save the changes. Now this right section is also looking great. Next, we have to add the CSS properties for this bottom copyright text. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide padding, text small, text center. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. Now our copyright text is also looking good. Now we have successfully created our home page. After that, we will add some custom fonts to improve the UI of our home page. So let's open the new tab, and here we will search for outfit font. Now let's open this fonts.google.com website, and here we will click on this button, get font. After that, click on this get embed code. After that, just click here on this import. So simply copy this import statement and come back to the VS Code editor. Let's open index.css file, and in the first line, we will paste this import statement. After that, here we will add the CSS properties for all the elements, that will be font family, and here we will define outfit font that we have imported here. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now we have updated the font in our project. Now our UI looks good. After that, we will create this all doctors pages So whenever we will click on this category, it will open this doctors page with this specialty. And when we directly click on this doctor from the navigation menu, then it will open this /doctors path. So when we are at the /doctors path, it will display all the doctors. And when we click on any specialty from here, then it will display the particular doctor with particular specialty. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open doctors.jsx file. Now in this page, first we will get this parameter which is a specialty. So to get this parameter, we will use the use params hooks. So let's come back to the doctors.jsx file. We will add const curly braces. In between this, we will add the specialty, and after that, let's add use params hook. After that, we will try to log this specialty. Now, when we open home page, now we have to add one link tag on this logo also, so that when we click on this logo, we will be navigated to the home page. So let's come back, open navbar.jsx file, and here on this image tag, we will add one onClick property. Here we will add one arrow function where we will call the navigate function, and here we will provide the path / that is the home page. Now save the changes and close the file. Now we will open the inspect tab, then go to console and we will reload the web page. Now when we go to the doctor page using these menu, now you can see here we are getting the parameter. If we go to another, then we are getting the second parameter from the URL. So this parameter is working fine. Now we have to show the doctors according to this parameter. When we directly move to this all doctors, then this parameter will be undefined. So in that case, we will display all the doctors. So let's create the UI first. So to create the UI, let me remove this console log. And here we will get the all doctors data from our context. For that, here we will write const curly braces doctors equal to use context, and here provide the app context. After that, we will come to this div, and here in this div we will create one p tag. So let's see the design. So here is the doctor's page design. So we have to add this text. So let me copy this and we will paste it in this p tag. After this p tag, we will create one div. Now in this div, we will create one more div, and in this one we will create 6 paragraph tag for this 6 menu that we have created here. So here let's add p into 6. Now in the first one, we will copy this text from here and paste it. Similarly, we will copy the second text and paste it in the second p tag. Now copy the third one, paste it here. Now copy the fourth one, paste it here. Now copy the fifth one, paste it here. And we have added all 6 p tag. Now save the changes. After that, let's create another div. And in this div, we will display the content in the right side where we will display all the doctors list. So to display the doctors, simply add curly braces. In this div, we will display the doctor's card. For that, we will create one more state variable. So let's create it. We will add const filter doc, then setter function name is set filter doc equal to use state, and initialize it as empty array. In this array, we will add the doctors. If we click on any of this button, then that a specialist doctor will be displayed in the right side. So we will display the doctor using this filter doc array. Now in this curly braces, we will add filter doc dot map. In this map method, we will directly copy the UI of this card that we have already created in top doctors.jsx file. So from here, we will copy this dot map method, inner function, copy till here. Now come back to the doctors.jsx file, and in this map method, we will paste the code. Next, we have to add the doctors in this filter doc array. So currently this array is empty. So if we open our web page, all doctors page, here we are getting nothing, right? So we have to set the doctors according to our specialty. For that, here we will create one arrow function. So let's add const apply filter equal to, it will be one arrow function. After that, here we will add the logic. So here we will check if a specialty is available, then we are going to set the doctor according to this data. So simply write set filter doc, and in this setter function we will add doctors dot filter method. After that, here we will add the doc as a parameter, and here we will check if doctor a specialty equal to this specialty from the parameter. In that case, we are going to save that doctor, else we will filter out the other doctors. Now we will add the else statement. Suppose here we are getting nothing in this specialty. In that case, here we will add the set filter doc, and here we will provide all doctors list. Now we have to apply this filter whenever our doctor or a specialty gets changed. For that, we are going to use the use effect hook, and in this one we will pass one arrow function, and here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we will add doctors and a specialty. Now in this arrow function, if we write any statement, that will get executed whenever any of this gets changed. So here simply call the apply filter method. We will save the changes, and let's open the web browser. So as you can see, here we are getting all the doctors details that is available in our doctors array. Now when we click on any of this menu like general physician, now here we are getting the doctors list who is a specialist in general physician. So here we are getting only 3 doctors. If we click on any other category, here we are getting 3 only. So these are dermatologist. Now our logic is working fine, and filter is also working. After that, here we are using this navigate function, so we have to create this navigate. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and import this use navigate. Now whenever we click on any of the doctor, then we will be redirected to the appointment page. Now after this, in this div, we will add the class name property, and here we will add width full, grid columns auto, gap, and we will save the changes. Now this doctor's card is looking good. After that, we have to display this card in the right side, and in the left side we will display these menu, as you can see in this design. So let's come back to the VS Code and we'll add some CSS properties. So first let's add the CSS in this p tag. Here let's add the class name text gray 600. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. Here we will add flex column, flex row, item start, gap, and margin top. After that, we will save the changes. Now you can see in the left side we have these menu, and in the right side we are getting the doctors list. Now we will add the CSS properties for this menu. So for that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will add flex column, gap, text small, then text color gray 600. After that, we will save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So simply add the class name property. Now in this class name property, here we are going to use the dynamic class name. So to add the dynamic class name, we will add the curly braces. Now we will add the backticks, and in this backticks we will add the class name, that is width, then padding left, padding y, then padding right, then border color, rounded, transition all, cursor pointer. Now save the changes. Now these buttons are looking better. After that, here we have to add the flex. After adding the flex, save the changes and come back to the browser. Now you can see the gap here. After adding this, we will come back to the VS Code editor again, and in these p tag we will add onClick property. In this onClick, we will add the arrow function, and here we will check if our specialty is equal to. For now, here we will add this empty string, and here we will add navigate function. In this we will add /doctors. After that, here we will add the colon, and now we will add the navigate function, and here we will add /doctors/ So now when we click on this first p tag, it will check if the specialty is equal to this one, general physician. So here we'll add the general physician. So let me copy the exact text, copy and paste it in this single quote. So it is checking if the specialty is general physician. In that case, whenever we will click on this one, it will navigate us to doctors and will display all the doctors. And if it is not equal, then we will navigate us to doctors/general physician specialty. So let's add /doctors/general physician. That will be our specialty. So let's paste it. Similarly, we will copy this second one. We will add it here. If it is true, it will redirect to the doctors, and if it is false, then it will redirect us to doctors / this specialty. Now let me copy the third one, paste it here, then paste it in this navigate. Now copy the next one, paste it in this check, then paste it in this navigate. Now let's copy the next one, paste it here in this ternary operator, then paste it here in this navigate. Now copy the last one, paste it here and paste it in this navigate. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now let's check this logic. When we click on this general physician, we are navigated to the general physician, and here we are getting general physicians list. And if I click again, then it will display all the doctors, because we have added the ternary operator here. If it is already selected, then it will navigate to /doctors. So it will get deselected. Now this menu is working perfectly fine. After that, we will come to this class name property, and here in all these class name, we are going to use one ternary operator using the template literal. So just add $ curly braces, and here we will add the specialty. Here we will check if it is equal to, and for now we will add the empty string. After that, question mark, we will add this empty string. After that, let's add the another string, and here let's add BG indigo 50, BG indigo 100, then add text black. After this string, we will add colon and one empty string. Now, as you can see here, we are using this template literal, and here we have added it in all the menu. Here in this string, we have to provide the menu text, which is the general physician for first one. Then if it is same, then it will display this background color and text in black color. And if it is not the general physician, in that case, it will add this empty string only. So let me copy this and paste it here. Similarly, we will add the text in other menu, copy and paste it here, copy and paste it in this ternary operator. Now just copy and paste. We will do it for all the menu. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see, here we have selected the general physician, so the color is changed. If I click again, then it will be deselected, and if we click again, it is selected. So this logic is working fine. Similarly, if we click on another one, now we are getting the doctors for this specialty. So now this logic is perfectly working. Now this all doctor page is ready, and at the bottom we have this footer also. After creating this, we will design the appointment page. As you can see here, this is the appointment page. Whenever we will click on any doctor like this one, so here we are getting this doctor's ID. By using this ID, we will get the doctor's data and display that on the appointment page. And on this page, we are going to display the booking slot option, where we will display the next 7 days, right? And we will display the timing. Then we will create one book and appointment button, and we will also display the related doctors. Suppose we have opened the general physician. In that case, in this related section, it will display all the general physicians. So to create this page, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after that let's come back to the appointment.jsx file. In this page, first we have to get the doctor's ID. So let's come back to the web page, and if I click on any doctor, so in this URL you can see we have the appointment/doctor ID. So we have to get this doctor ID and store this in a variable. So for that, before this return statement, simply add const curly braces, we will add doc ID equal to use params. Now after this, here we will get the doctor's data from the context. For that, let's add const curly braces doctors equal to use context. Here we have to provide app context. Now here we have the doctor ID and all doctors data. Now we have to find the particular doctor from this array using this doc ID. For that, we will create one arrow function. So let's add const fetch doc info equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So we will create this arrow function. Now within this function, we will create one variable with the name doctor info. So let's add doc info equal to, and here we are going to use this doctors array, and in this one we will use the find method. Here we will pass the parameter, that is individual doctor, and after that here we will check if the doctor dot underscore ID is equal to doc ID. In that case, that doctor data will be stored in this variable. Next, we have to create one state variable, and in that state variable, we will save this doctor information. So to create the state variable, simply add const. Let's add the name doc info. Now the setter function name is set doc info, and it will be use state, and initialize it with null. Now after finding the doctor, we will set the doctor info. So simply provide doc info. Next, we have to run this function whenever our page gets loaded. For that, here we will add use effect. In this one, we will pass one arrow function, and after this arrow function, here we will add the dependency array. Now in this dependency array, we will add doctors array and doc ID. So any of these two data gets changed, then this function will get executed. So in that case, we will call the fetch doc info function. After doing this, we will get the doctor information. Now let's try to console log it here. So here let's add doc info. Now let's save the file and come back to the appointment page. Now we will right click and inspect, then go to console, and here we are getting one object, and in this one we have individual doctor information. Here we have the ID doc2 that you can see in this URL also. Now if we open any other doctor like this one, so here we are getting the another object where we have the doctor about, address, degree, experience, fees, image, name, a specialty, and doctor ID. Now we have to use this data to display the doctor profile. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div we will add one comment. So the comment text is doctor details. After this comment, we will create one div. In this div, we will create one more div. In this one, we will add one image tag. In this image tag, we have to display the doctor's image. So to display the doctor's image, we will use this doc.info data where we have this image property. So in this src, simply provide docinfo.image. Now if I save the changes and open the web browser, here we are getting the doctor image. Now after this return statement, we will check if doctor info is available. In that case only we will display this div. For that, here we will add doctor info and this operator. After this div, here in the right side we have to display the doctor's name, then degree, specialty, experience, about text and fee. So to display that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will display the doctor's details like name, degree and experience. For that, here we will add the comment. Here we will write doc info like name, degree and experience. So after this comment, we will create one p tag, and in this one we will display the doctor's name. So to display the doctor's name, just add the curly braces, and we are going to use docinfo.name. After that, here we are getting the name. After this name, we have to display this check mark, that is the verified icon. For that, simply add the image tag, and in this src, we will add assets.verified icon. Save the changes. Here we are getting this verified icon. After this p tag, let me make it clear by moving in multiple lines. So after this p tag, here we will create one div, and within this div we will display the doctor's degree and a specialty. So here let's add one p tag. We will use the curly braces, and in this one we will add docinfo.degree. After that, here we will add the space dash curly braces. We will add docinfo.specialty. If I save the changes and come back to the web browser, here we are getting this degree and this general physician. After this p tag, here we will create one button tag to display the doctor's experience. As you can see, here we have this button. So in this button tag, we will add the curly braces, and we will provide docinfo.experience. We will save the changes. Here we are getting the experience of 4 year that is saved in this data. You can see the experience 4 year. After this div, here we will add one comment. Here we will display doctor about. Here we are going to display the about text. So let's add one div. In this div, let's add the p tag. And in this p tag, we will add one text, that is about. Then we are going to add one image tag where we will display assets.info icon. After this paragraph tag, we will create one more p tag. In this one, we will display the doctor's about text. So just add docinfo.about. Now let's move it in the new line so it looks perfect. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have this topmost section for our web page. Next we will add the CSS properties for this elements. So let's come back to the VS Code, and here in this div let's add the class name property, and here let's provide flex column, flex row and gap 4. After that we will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this image in the left side and these text in the right side, and in the right side we have the name, degree, about text. After that we will add the CSS properties in this image tag. For that, here let's add the class name property, and we will provide background primary width full, max width, then border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex1, border gray, border radius, padding, background color, margin. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this image size is looking perfect, and in the right side we have this box. Next we will add the CSS properties for these text and icons. For that, come back to the VS Code, and in this p tag let's add the class name property and provide flex, item center, gap 2, text size, font weight and text color. Save the changes. So now this name is looking good, and beside this name we have this verified icon. So now let's add the CSS property for this icon. So here let's add the class name property, and here simply provide width 5. Now this icon is small. After adding this we will add the CSS properties in this div. So here let's add the class name property. We will provide flex, item center, gap 2, text small, margin top, text gray, 600. After this, we will add the CSS properties on this button. So let's add the class name property. Here we will provide padding Y, padding X, border, text size and border radius. So let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are getting this text and this button. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this about section. So we will come to this p tag. Here we will add the class name property. So here let's provide flex, item center, gap 1, text small, font medium, text color gray 900 and margin top. After that, we will add the CSS property in this p tag also. So let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text small, text color gray, max width and margin top. After that, we will save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So after creating this about section, we have to display the appointment fee. So after this div tag, here we will create one paragraph tag, and within this p tag we will add appointment fee. So let me copy it from here. After that, here we have to add a span tag, and in this span tag we have to display the doctor fee. So here let's add doctor info dot fees. Save the changes. Here we are getting 50. as you can see, here we have this currency symbol, right? So we have to display this currency symbol at various places on our website. So for that, we are going to create one variable in app context. So let's add const currency symbol equal to, and we will write one string, and in this one just add $sign. After that, we have to add this currency symbol in this value object. Now we can access this currency symbol in any component. So let me copy this currency symbol from here. Now let's come back to the appointment.jsx file, and here, while destructuring this doctor's data, here we will destructure this currency symbol also. After adding this, scroll down, and here in this span, we will add one more curly braces and just provide this currency symbol. So now you can see appointment fee $50. So now if you need to change this currency symbol, you have to change it in the context file, and from all the pages the currency symbol will be updated. So that is the benefit of creating this variable in this context file. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and we will provide text gray, 500, font medium, margin top. After that, we will add the class name in this span tag, and here we will provide text gray 600. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now this appointment fee is looking good. Now we have created this top part of this appointment page. Next we have to create this booking slot UI. So to create this, we have to get the data of the 7 days from current date and time from the current time. So to get that data, first we will create some state variable. We will store the data in that state variable. After that, we'll create the function to calculate the data. So let's create one state variable with the name doctor's slot. So just add const doc slots. Setter function name will be set doc slots equal to use state, and here we will initialize it as one empty array. After that, we will create one more state variable with the name slot index. So just create const slot index. Setter function name will be set slot index equal to, and here we will add use effect and initialize it with numerical value 0. After that, let's create one more state variable. So just add const. The name will be slot time. After that, we will add the setter function set slot time. Here we will use the use state and initialize it with empty string. So here we have created 3 state variable where we are going to store this slot data that we will calculate using the function. So to calculate the slots, we will create one arrow function with the name get available slot. So here let's add const get available slots equal to, and it will be one async arrow function. So just add async arrow function. So whenever this doc info gets changes, then also we will execute this function. So for that, let's remove this console log from here, and after that, here we will create one more use effect. In this use effect, we will add one arrow function. Here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we have to add doc info. So whenever the doc info gets updated or changed, then our function will be executed. So simply call get available slots. Now in this function we will add the logic to calculate the available slots of the particular doctor. So in the function, first we have to clear the previous slots. So simply write set doctor slots and set it with empty array. After that, here we will add one comment, and here we will add the comment text getting current date. Let's create one variable. Let today equal to new date, and here we are using this date constructor. After that, we will get the date object in this today variable. By using this variable, we will calculate 7 days from today. Here we have to run a for loop. So let's write for let I equal to 0. We will run it for 7 times. So just add I less than 7 and I plus plus. Now in this for loop, we will set the date using this index. So here let's add the comment getting date with index. Here we will create one variable. Let current date is equal to new date, and here we will add today. So here we will get the current date today, and after that, according to this index, we will change the date. So let's add current date dot set date, and here we are going to increase the date by this index. Suppose we will get the first value 0, it means today plus 0 will be today only, and if we get index 1, then today's date plus 1. So let's add today dot get date, and here we will increase. So let's add plus I. So by doing this, we will get the future 7 days from now. After that, here we will add one more comment. Here let's add the comment which is settings end time of the date with index. Here we will define the end time. So suppose we will define the end time 6 p.m. So in this slots, we will get the slots till 6 p.m. For that, let's add variable let end time equal to, we will create one new date. After that, we will add end time dot set date. Here also we will provide today dot get date plus 1. Now for the different date, we will get the different end time. After that, here we will define the end time dot set hours. Here we will provide the hour which is 21. After that, we will add 30 for hours, minute and seconds. After that, let's add one more comment, that is setting hours. Here we will check if today dot get date is equal to current date dot get date method. In that case, we are in the current date. So here we are going to set the hours from current hour. Suppose the current time is like 11 o'clock, then for the today slot, we will not display the 8 a.m. We will directly start with 12 p.m. If the time is 1 p.m., then the slot will start from 2 p.m. So simply add current date dot set hours, and here we will add current date dot get hours. If it is greater than 10, then our current date and hours will get started from current hour plus 1, else we are going to use 10. For tomorrow, if we check, it should start with the 10 a.m. and if we check the slot for today, we will get from current time plus 1 hour. After that, we will set the minutes also. So to set the minutes, here simply add current date dot set minutes. Here we will use the ternary operator, get minutes. If it is greater than 30, then we will set 30, else 0. By doing this, we will get the 30-minute interval. After that, we will add one else statement. And here, if the date is not today, it means we are in the future date. And here we will start the hours from 10 o'clock. For that, simply write current date dot set hours 10. For minute also, we will add current date dot set minutes equal to 0. Now after this else statement, here we will add one while loop. So let's add while, and in this while loop we will check if our current date is less than end time that we have defined 9 o'clock. In that case, here we are going to create slot in every 30-minute interval. So here we'll see 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9, 9:30. That's how we are going to create the slot. For that, here in this while statement, let's add let. In this variable, we will store the time as a formatted time. That means something like this, 8 o'clock, 0 minute and AM PM. For that, here we will add current date dot to local time string. Here we will add the array. After that, we will define our 2-digit minutes 2-digit. After doing this, we will get the time from here and current date. Now we have to store this data in a variable. So here we will create one variable, let time slots equal to an empty array, and in this array we will push the time with date. So let's add the comment, and here we'll add slot to array. Now here we are going to use the time slots array dot push method, and in this one we will add the object where we will define the date time, that will be new date object. Here we are going to use date constructor to create a date object. Here we will provide current date. After that, we have to save the time also, so just add time, and here we will add formatted time that we have created here. After saving the time and date, we will increment the time by 30 minutes. So let's add the comment. That will be increment current time by 30 minutes. After that, here we have to increase the time by 30 minutes. So just add current date dot set minutes, and from here we will get the current date dot get minutes and increase it by 30. When the while loop gets ended, in that case we will save this time slots. So let's add set doctor slots, and here we will pass the previous slots data, and here we will append the data in previous array. So just add the array and a spread operator then add previous, and in this one we will add the time slots. Now our function is ready to create the slots. Now let's see how our slots data get structured. So to view this slots data, here simply add one use effect, and here we will add the dependency array. Here we will add the console log, where we will console log doc slots. We will run this function whenever our doc slots gets changed. We will come back to the web browser. We will reload this web page. We will click on inspect. Then we will open console. Here we have 3 arrays. Let me open the last one. Here we are getting only data for 2 days and remaining data are empty. So maybe we have made some mistake in the code. So let me inspect this. So here, when we are increasing the date, here we have added 1 instead of I. So we have to add I. Let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now we will reload the web page. Now let's open the last array. As you can see here, we have 7 array for 7 days. And in the first one, here we have the 15 object. So each object has the date and the time. So the time is 1:30. So the current time is 12:44. So the first slot will be 1:30. Second will be 2 p.m. and after that 2:30. Then 3 p.m. So for the first date we are getting 15 slots, and for the second day we are getting 22 slots that starts from 10 o'clock. Similarly, in every array we have 22 slots each day. So now we have to display these data as booking slots on this web page so that user can select it and book the appointment. So to do that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here first we will create one array. So after that, let's add one array with the name days of week, and in this one we will store days in this format: Sunday, Monday. So here we have created this array. By using this array, we will display the date in this format like Monday, Tuesday, and date also. To do that, let's come here. Before this last closing div, we will add a space, and here we will add curly braces and we will add the comment. Let's add the comment booking slots. After that, here we will create one div, and in this div we will add the class name property. Here we will provide margin left for different screen sizes. So we will add this margin left and padding left, then margin top, font weight, text color. We will save the changes. So we have added the CSS properties so that we will get these booking slots data in the right column. After that, in this div, we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will write this booking slots. So let's copy and paste it here in this p tag. After this p tag, we will create one div tag, and in this div tag we will display the date and day. So here in this div we will use the curly braces. We will check if doctor slots dot length is not equal to 0. Then only we will display this format. For that, simply add AND operator, and here we will add doc slots dot map method, and here we will pass the arrow function. Here let's add this bracket, and here in this parameter we will get the individual item and index number. Here we will return one div, and in this div we will add the key property that will be index number. After that, here we will add 2p tag. So let's add p into 2. Now in this paragraph tag, we will add the curly braces. Here we will check if item 0 is available, then we will display days of week, and here we will provide date time dot get day. After that, we'll add the curly braces, and here we will check if item 0 is available. In that case, here we will display item 0 dot date time dot get date. Now we will be able to use this get date and get day property because in this data we have saved the date object. As you can see here in this date time, here we have this date object in which we have the prototype methods like get month, get time, get hours. So we will be able to use the get methods on it. If we save the changes and come back to the web browser, so here we are getting Tuesday. So we are getting this get day that provide us number, and by using this number we will access the element from this array that we have created here. That's why here we are getting Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like that. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this section. For that, first in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide flex, gap 3, item center, width full, overflow x scroll, and margin top 4. After this, in this div we will add class name property. Here we are going to use the dynamic class name, so let's add curly braces. We will use the template literal, so let's add backticks. Here we will add text center, padding y, min width, rounded full, cursor pointer. Now here we will add the $sign curly braces, and here we will check if our slot index is equal to the index. In that case, we are going to use bg primary, text white, else we will add the colon. Here we will provide a string, and in this string let's provide border color gray. So here, after adding this, come back to the web page. Now you can see our index is by default 0. So by default the current date will be the selected date for the booking. So here we have added the logic. So if the index is selected, then we will provide the background primary and text white to that index. Now here let's add one on click property. So when we click on these buttons, then we will change the index. So to change the index, simply add a function, and we will call set slot index, and here we will simply provide this index. Now let's click on this third one, then it will get selected, then the slot index is getting changed. After that, we have to display the booking time also. As you can see in this object, we have the date and time also. So now we have to display the time of the selected date. So let's come back, and after this div, we will create one more div. And in this div, we will add the curly braces, and here we will check if our doctor slots dot length is available. In that case, we will use the doc slots, and here we will provide the index number slot index so that we can get the time of that date. After that, we will add the map method. Here we will pass one add function, Here we will use this bracket, and in this parameter we will get item and index. Here we will return one p tag. So simply add one p tag. Here we will add the key property, that will be index. After that, here we will add the curly braces. We will provide item dot time dot to lowercase, so it will be converted to the lowercase. Now if I save the changes and come back to the web browser, here we can see the slots time. It is available till 9 PM. If we click on this current date, then the current time is 1 PM. That's why here we are getting the slots from 2 PM. Now let's add the CSS properties on this one. So to add the CSS properties, in this p tag we will add the class name, and let's use the dynamic class name so that we can display the selection. So in this curly braces we will add the backticks. In this one we will add the class name text small, font light, flex string 0, padding, border radius, cursor pointer. We will save the changes. After that, we will add the CSS property in this div. So here let's add the class name property. Here we will provide flex item center, gap 3, width full, overflow x scroll, margin top. We will save the changes. So now all the times are displayed in single row. We can also scroll this list by using the scroll wheel and shift, and we can also use the touchpad gesture to scroll this. After that we will add the dynamic class name so that when we select here it will be highlighted like this. To add the effect, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and in this paragraph tag we will add $ curly braces, and let's add the ternary operator, and in this one we will add item dot time is equal to slot time. If it is true, in that case we will set the background primary and text white, else we will add text color gray, border and border color. After that we will save the changes. Now you can see we have this border for all the time slots. Next we will add the onClick property so that we can select this time. So let's add onClick, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here let's call the set slot time. In this one we will set the time using item dot time. Next save the changes and come back to the web page. Now let's click on the first time so it will get selected. So you can see when we change the date and select any time, this time will be selected. So this is how we can create this booking slot option. After that we have to create this book an appointment button. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and after this div we will create one button tag. In this button tag we have to type the text book an appointment. So let me copy and paste it here. After that we will add the CSS properties. So let's add the class name. In this button we will add the class name property. So let's provide background primary, text white, text small, font weight light, then padding, then border radius, then margin. We will save the changes. So now you can see this appointment button is looking good. After that let's come back to the design, and here we have to create this related doctor section. So to create this section, first we have to create a new component. So in this components folder let's create a new file and write the file name related doctors.jsx. Here we will use RAFCE. We will save the changes. Now let's come back to the appointment page. And after this div, we will add the comment. So the comment text is listing related doctors. After this comment, here we have to mount our related doctors component. And in this one, we will pass the props. So the first props will be doc ID. So let's pass the doc ID. Now the second props will be a specialty. So let's add the specialty curly braces and provide the doc info dot specialty. After that, save the changes and let's come back to the related doctors.jsx file. In this file, first we will get all the doctors from the context file. So just add const curly braces doctors equal to use context and provide the app context. So in this file we will get all the doctors from the context file. After that we will create one state variable where we will store the doctors data. For that, let's add const. Variable name is reldoc, which is related doctor. Then setter function name will be setRelDoc. setRelDocs equal to use state and initialize it with empty array. After that, here we will destructure the props that we have passed here in the appointment page. So we will copy this props and paste it here. So we have destructured both props. Now using this props, we will filter the related doctors and store them in this reldoc. For that, we are going to use the use effect hook. So just add use effect. Inside this, we will pass one arrow function. And here we will add the dependency array. In this dependency array, we will add doctors and this props. Now any one of three will get changed, then this function will get executed. In that case, we will first check if doctors.length is greater than 0 and we have the specialty also. In that case, here we will create one variable with the name doctors data. It will be one temporary variable that we are creating here. So here we are going to use doctors array, and here we can use the filter method, and here we will pass the individual doctor, and here we will check if doctor dot specialty is equal to this specialty that we are getting from the props. Then we are going to store that doctor in this variable. Here we are also getting the doctor ID. Suppose we open this doctor, that is general physician. Now at the bottom we have to display the doctors excepting this one. So we have to display only other two doctors because we have already opened the doctor's profile. For that, here we will add one more condition, that is doc._id is not equal to doc ID. In that case, the current doctor will be removed from the doctor's data. Now we have this doctor's data. Next we have to set this doctor's data in this state variable. For that, simply add set related doctors and provide doctor's data. Now we have this related doctor state, which is an array. Now we can use this data to show the related doctors, as you can see in this design. So this design and this top doctor's design is almost same. So we are going to copy this design. So let me come back and we will open top doctors, and from here let's copy this complete div. After that, let's open this related doctors.jsx file and paste it here. After that, here instead of this doctors.slice, we are going to use related doctor. So just add rel doc.slice. Here we have to display only 5 doctors, right? Maximum 5 doctors will be displayed. So just add 0,5. After that, here we have to use the navigate function. So let's create this navigate function. So just add const navigate equal to use navigate. Now save this file and come back to the web browser. Now we are at this doctors page, and here we are getting other 2 related doctors. If I click here, it will change the doctor's profile here. So if I click on another one, that doctor will be displayed on the top. So this logic is working fine, but here we have to add a scroll to property so that when we click here, it will scroll the web page to the top. For that, in this related doctors, we have this on click. So here let's add curly braces. So we have added this inside this curly braces, then add the semicolon, then add a scroll to, and in this scroll to function, just provide 0,0. After that, we will save the changes and come back to the web page. Now if I click on any doctor, so now it will navigate us to the top part of this appointment page. So in this top doctors also, we will add this a scroll to. For that, simply copy this on click property from here, and let's open top doctors.jsx file and replace this on click. That's it. So in this one, now we have this a scroll to property. Now if I come to home page and click on this doctor, then it will scroll the web page to the top part of the website. Now this logic is working fine. Now we have created the doctor's page, home page, and the appointment page. Next we have to create the about and contact page. So first we are going to create the about page. For that, let's come back to the about.jsx file. In this div, let's add another div. Here we will add one p tag, and here let's write about. Then we will use one a span tag, and in this one just add the text us. After this div, let me come back to the Figma design and go to about us section. So here you can see this about us section that we have added. Now we have to create one div, and where we will add the image in the left side and this text in the right side. For that, here simply add div tag, and in this div tag let's add the image tag for the left side, and here we are going to use assets.aboutImage. After this image, let's create one div that is for the right side. And in the right side, we will add these text. So here let's create 3 p tag. So just add p into 3. This is the first paragraph tag and this is the third one. And between these paragraph tag, here we will add this b tag. So let's add the b tag before the third p. Now let me copy the text from here. So just copy the first paragraph text and paste it here. So we have added the text in the first p. Now let me copy the second one. Just copy and paste it here. Now we will copy this text, our vision, just copy it in this b tag. Now let's copy the last paragraph text and paste it in this p. Now save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we are getting this about us text, then image and other description. Now we will add the CSS properties for this section. So first we will add the class name property in this div, and here let's add text center, text to Excel, padding top, text color gray. After that, in this span tag, let's add the class name and we will provide text gray 700. Then we will change the font weight. Save the changes. So you can see this about us text is looking good and it is in the center. After that, we will add the CSS property for this section where we have the image and text. So here in this div, let's add the class name and let's provide margin, flex, flex call, then flex row, then gap of 12. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see the image and text are aligned side by side. In the left side we have the image and in the right side we have the text. Next, let's add the CSS property for the image which is displayed in the left side. So in this image, let's add the class name and provide width full, max width 360 pixel. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So this image is looking good. Next, we have to provide the CSS properties in the right section. So in this div, let's add the class name property and here we will provide a flex column, justify center, gap 6, then width 2x4, text size and text color. After that, in this b tag, let's add the class name and here let's provide text gray 800. So it will look good. Now save the changes and you can see this description in the right side is also looking good. Now we have completed this section. Now we will create this why choose us section where we have 3 blocks. So here we have the title description in each block. First we will create this text. So let me copy this from here. And after this div, let's create another div. And in this one, we will create one p tag and let's add this text. Here we will write the text in uppercase. So let's add why choose us. After this why, let's add the span tag and between this span tag, we will move this text. Now let's add the class name property here and let's provide text Excel and margin Y4. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this span. So we will provide text gray 700, font semi-bold. After that, let's come back to the web page. So here you can see this text, why choose us? It looks good. Next, we have to create this column. So let's come back to the VS Code. And here after this div, let's create another div. And in this one, we will create 3 columns. So let's add div into 3. In the first one, we will create one b tag and one p tag. Similarly, let's copy this 2 line and paste it here. After that, let's right click and select format document. Now let's copy this title from here and paste it in the first b tag. Now let's copy the title from the second column and paste it here. Now copy the title from the third column and paste it in this last b tag. Now let's copy the description for the first column and we will paste it in the first p tag. Now we will copy the second description, paste it here, and copy the last description and paste it here. After adding this, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this title and description. Next we have to add the CSS properties so that it will be aligned side by side and we'll get the border. So first, let's add the CSS property in this div. So we will add the class name. We will add flex, flex column, flex row, and margin bottom. We will save this file. So here we are getting 3 columns, left, center, and right. Next, we will add the CSS properties for each individual column. So in each div we will add class name. So let's add the class name in the first one. And here let's provide border, padding for different sizes, then flex, flex column, gap, and text size. We will add some hover effect also, so just add hover, that is background primary, then text white, then we will add the transition all, duration 300 milliseconds, text color gray, and cursor pointer. We will save the changes. So you can see this first column is looking good and this hover effect is also looking good. Now just copy the class name from the first one and paste it in the second div and in the third div. After that, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see these columns are looking good and this hover effect is also working on all 3 columns. So now we have completed this About Us page. As you can see here, we have the footer also on this About Us page. Next, we will create this contact page. So to create this page, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open contact.jsx file. In this file, we will create the contact page. So let's create the Figma design of the contact page. So this will be our contact page where we will add the title, and in the left side we will add the image, and in the right side we will display these details. So first we need this text. So let me just copy from here. And let's come to contact page. And within this div, we will create one div and let's add one p tag. Just paste this text, contact us. And here let's add the span tag, and within this span tag, we will move this us. Now we will add the class name and let's provide text center, text to Excel, padding, text gray 500. Now we will add the class name in this span tag. So here let's add text gray 700 and font semi-bold. We will save the changes and come back to the web browser. So on this contact page, you can see we are getting this title. After that, we have to create this section where we will create two columns. In the left side, we will add the image, and in the right side, we will add the text. So let's create one div, and in this div, we will add the image tag for the left side. So let's add the assets dot contact image, and after this image tag, we will create one div for the right side. And in this div, we will add 5 p tag. So just add p into 5. After this p tag, we need the button also, as you can see in this design. So here we will add one button tag. Next, we have to copy the text from here. So let's copy the first text and paste it in the first p tag. Now let's copy this text. We will copy this complete address and paste it in this second p tag. Now let's move this text in same line, and here we will add the br tag to add a line break. After that, let's copy this dummy telephone number, paste it in this p tag. Here also we will add the br tag. After this, let's copy this email ID and paste it here. Now let me copy the text from here and paste it in this p tag. Now just copy this a small description and paste it in this next p tag. Now let's copy the button text and paste it here. Within this button tag, save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this image, and after that we have all these description. Next, we will provide the CSS properties for this section. So first, in this div, let's add the class name, and here we will provide margin y, flex, flex column, justify center, flex row, gap 10, margin bottom, and text size small. We will save the changes. Now you can see this image and this info side by side. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this image. So here in this image tag, we will add the class name. We will provide width full, then max width of 360 pixels. Save the changes. So now you can see the size for this image is perfect. Now we will add the CSS properties for the right section. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div, we will add the class name property. And here, let's provide flex, flex column, justify center, items start, gap 6. We will save the changes. So here we have very good alignment. Now we will add the CSS properties in these p tag. So first in this p tag, we will add the class name, and let's provide font semi-bold, text large, text color gray 600. After that, in the both p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500. Now in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here let's provide font semi-bold, text large, text gray 600. Now let's copy the class name from here, and in this p tag, we will paste this. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So these title and these text are looking good. Next, we have to add the CSS for this button tag. So let me come back, and in this button tag, we will add class name. So let's provide the classes border, border black, padding X and padding Y, then text size. We will save the changes. So here we have this button. Next, we will add the hover effect on this button tag, so that when we hover on this button, it will display some effect. So let me come back to the VS Code editor, and after this class name, here let's add hover, background black, hover, text white, transition all, and provide the duration 500 milliseconds. Save the changes. Now when we hover on this button, you can see this effect. The background is getting changed. So now we have created the home page, all doctors page, about page, and contact page. Next we are going to create the login page. So to create the login page, first we have to click on this logout button. So here we will get this create account button, and when we will click on this create account, it will open /login path where we will mount the login form. So after that, let's open login.jsx file and let's open the login page design in Figma. So this is our design for the login page that is convertible, so that when we click on this link, it will open the login form, and when we click on the create account, it will open this create account form. So to create this design, we will open login.jsx file, and here first we will create some state variables. So the first state variable name will be a state that will manage the login state. Setter function name will be setState equal to useState, and we will initialize this variable as a string where we will add text called signup. After that, we will create 3 state variables to store the values of these input field. So the first variable name will be email, setter function name will be setEmail equal to useState, and initialize it with empty string. Now let's create a copy of it and provide the variable name password. Setter function name will be setPassword. Now let's create one more copy, and here we will provide the name. Then setter function name will be setName. So here we have created these 3 state variables. After that, let me remove this div from here, and here we will add form tag. For this form tag, we will create one onSubmit handler function. So just add const onSubmit handler equal to, we will create this arrow function. So it will be one async arrow function. So just add the async keyword. Now in this parameter, we will get the event from this form. So just add the event. Now here we are going to use event.preventDefault. So when we are using this event.preventDefault, then whenever we will submit the form, it will not reload the web page. Next, we will start designing this UI. So first, we have to create this container. For that, in this form tag, let's add the class name property. So just provide min height, flex, item center. After that, in this form tag, in this form, we will create one div tag, and in this div, let's add one p, and in this p tag, just add the curly braces, and here we are going to use the ternary operator. So we will check if our state is equal to this text, which is sign up. So let me copy it from here. So if this statement is true, then we are at the sign up state. In that case, it will display the text create account. So let me copy this text and paste it here. If the condition is false, it means the state is login. So in that case, we will add the colon, and here we will display the text login. Now let's check this functionality. if we come to the web page, here we have this message create account, right? And if we change the state like something else, we will add login. Now you can see the text login. So this logic is working fine. We will keep it as sign up. After this p tag, we will create one more p tag, and here we will copy this text from here and paste it in this p tag. Now let me remove the sign up text from here, and here we will also use this ternary operator. So let me copy it and paste it here. Here we will check if our state is sign up. In that case, we are going to add the text sign up, and if the state is login, then we will add the text login to book an appointment. We have to add this curly braces. If I save the changes, so here we are getting the text please sign up to book appointment, and when we are at the login state, it will display please sign in to book appointment. After that, here we have to create these three input field. So to create this input field, after this p tag, we will create one div, and in this one we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add this text which is full name. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After this p, we will add one input field. So input type will be text, and here we will link our state, so that whenever we will update the input field, then it will update the state variable. So first let's add the onChange property, and in this one we will pass one arrow function, and here in this arrow function we will get the event e, and here we will call the set name. Here we will provide e.target.value. After that, here we will add the value property, and in this one we will provide the name state. So whenever we will change the input field, that value will get stored in this state variable. After that, let me copy this div from here and paste it 2 more times. After that, let me copy the email from here. We will paste it here. Then copy the text called password and paste it in the third p. This input type will be email, and the last input type will be password. After that, in all 3 input field, we have to add the attribute required. Now let's save the changes. So here we are getting these input field. After that, here we have to create one button. So after this div, let's create one button tag. And here we are going to use the ternary operator that we have created here. So let me copy this ternary operator, and between this button tag we will add this. So when the state is sign up, in the button it will create account, and when the state is login, then it will display the text called login. We will save the changes. So here we are getting this message create account. Next we will add the CSS properties, so it will look something like this. So first, in this div we will add the class name, and let's provide flex column, gap, margin auto, items start, padding, minimum width. We will add the minimum width for different screen size. Then we will add the border, rounded XL, text color, text size, then shadow. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So now you can see this container with border and shadow. After that, we will add the CSS property in this p tag. So just add the class name. let's provide text to Excel, font semi-bold, save the changes. So this title is looking good, called create account. Next we will add the CSS properties for this div. So let's add the class name, that is width full. Now just copy it from here and paste it in the second and third div. Save the changes. After adding this, we have to modify this on change and value property for each input field. So in the second one, we will use set email, and here we will provide email state. Now in the third one, we will use set password, and in the value we will provide password. Now in this first input field, we will add the class name. We will provide border, border color, border radius, width, padding and margin. And we will copy this class name from here and paste it in the second input field and third input field. Save the changes and we will come back to the web browser. So now you can see these input fields are looking good. After that, we have to add the CSS for this button. So in this button tag, we will add the class name, and let's provide background primary, text white, width full, padding Y, then border radius and text size. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we have this button. After this button, here we are currently at the sign up state. So after this button, we will create this text. So user can change the sign up form to the login form. So simply copy this text from here, and we will come back to the VS Code editor, and after this button tag, here let's add ternary operator. We will check if our state is equal to sign up. In that case, here we will add one p tag, and we will paste this text that we have just copied from the Figma design. Now we will add the colon, and here also we will add one p tag, and in this p tag we will add the text create a new account. After that, just add click here. So when the state is sign up, then we will get the first message, and when we are at the login state, then we will see the second message, that is create a new account, click here. Now we will add the span tag here, and within this span tag, let's move this text, and here also let's add the span tag and move this text within this span. Now save the changes. So here we are getting the message already have an account, login here, and after that we will add the CSS properties for this p tag. So first in this span tag, let's add class name. Here we will add text primary. After that we will add the underline and cursor pointer. Now save the changes. So here you can see we are getting the cursor pointer, but when we click on this link, nothing will happen. So we have to add the logic so that when we click on this link, then the state will get changed. For that, in this span tag, let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call set a state function, in which we will add one string. So in the first one, where the text is already have an account, we will add the text login, and in the second one we will add the text sign up. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now when we click on this, then it becomes login. And when we click again, then we are getting this create account option. Now here we have this name input field that is not required in this login form. So here, after this p tag, we will add the ternary operator. So just add the curly braces, and here we will check if our state is equal to sign up. In that case only we have to display this div. So let's move it from here, and here we will add this operator and just paste this div. Let's format the document, save the changes. Now we are at the sign up state, and when we click on this login here, now you can see we have the email and password field to log in on this web page. The name field has been removed. Now this login page is ready. Till now we have created the home page, doctor's page, about page, contact page, and login page. Let me refresh this website. So we will get this profile, my appointments, and logout option. Now we will navigate to my profile section, and here we will create the my profile page. So let's open the Figma design. So this is the my profile page design. So we have to create this my profile design where we will add the two buttons. So the first button will be edit. So when we click on this button, then these fields will be changed into the editable field. So we can easily update our profile. We can update the address, phone number, gender, and date of birth. Then we'll click on the save info. So it will save the changes. So to create this page, we will come back to the VS Code editor, and we will open myprofile.jsx file. So in this page, first we will create one state variable where the name will be user data. Setter function name will be set user data equal to, and here we are going to use the use state hook. Initialize it with one object. Here we will add the name property. In this name property, we will paste this name. So let me copy the name from the design file and paste it here. Then we will add the comma, and we need the image property, and this image property will be assets.profilepic. After that, we need the email property. Here we will add one email ID. So let me copy this. This is one dummy email ID. After that, let's add the phone number. So let's create this phone property and copy this dummy phone number from here and paste it here. After that, we have to create the address. So let me copy the address text. Here we have two lines for this address. So let's add address, and it will be one object where we will add the line 1, and in the line 1 we will add first line of address, then we'll add the line 2 property. So we have to copy the first line and paste it here. Now just copy the second line and paste it here. After adding this property, we will create the gender property. Here we will add male. After this gender property, we will add date of birth property, and here let's add birth date. So here we have created the object where we have stored the user data. Now using this user data, we will display the information on this My Profile page. So let's come back to the VS Code editor, and here in this div, we will create one image tag. In this image tag, we will display the user's image. For that, let's add user data dot image property. We will save the changes. So here we are getting this image. After that, we have to display this name. So after this image tag, let's display the username. But before displaying the username, here we will create one more state variable with the name isEdit. So just add const isEdit. Setter function name will be set isEdit equal to useState and initialize it with boolean data false. After this image tag, here we have to check. So just add the curly braces and we'll add the ternary operator. If isEdit is true, it means we have to edit this name. In that case, we will provide one input field, and suppose if the isEdit is false, then we'll add the colon and we will add one p tag where we will display the user's name. So just add user data dot name property. Now let's save the changes. So here we are getting this name. Now if I change this to true, now here we will get this input field. Now in this input field, we will add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we will pass the event and this arrow function, and here we will call set user data, then provide the previous data. By using this previous data, we will modify the name property. So whenever we will change the input field, then it will update the name property. So let's use the spread operator. So let's add the bracket and curly braces, then triple dot previous, and in that one we will change the name property to e.target.value. After adding the onChange property, here we will add the value property. Here let's add the user data dot name. Now save the changes. So here you can see we are at this input field and here we have this value, right? Now if I change the status false, then we will get the simple paragraph text that is not editable. So in this design, when we will complete the design, in this edit button we will add the functionality so that when we click here, the state will get updated and we will be able to update the user's email, phone number, address, gender and birth date. For now, let's make it false. After this, let's add the HR tag. After this HR, let's create one div. In this div, we will add one p tag. In this p tag, we will add this text contact info. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After this paragraph tag, we will add one more div. And in this div, we will display the user's email. So in this div, let's add the p tag. And here, let's add the text email ID. Then paste it here in this p tag. After that, let's add one more p tag and here we will use the curly braces and here we will display user data dot email. We will save the changes. So here we are getting the email ID and this email ID. After this p tag, here we will add one more p tag. And in this paragraph tag, we will add this text which is phone. So we will paste it here. After this p tag, here we will copy this and paste it here. Here we will add the user data dot phone, and here we will update phone property. After that, in this p tag, let's add user data dot phone. Now let's format this file and save the changes. So now here we are getting phone and this phone number. And when we will enable the edit true, then this phone number field will be editable because it will be converted in the input field. After that, here let's add one more p tag. Here we will add this text which is address. So just paste it here. After this p tag, let's add the curly braces, and here also we will check if isEdit is true. In that case, we will add one p tag, and if it is false, then also we will add the p tag. In the first p tag, we will add two input fields. So let's add input into 2. In between these input field, we will add one br tag. Similarly, in this paragraph tag also, we will add curly braces, and here we will provide user data dot address dot line 1. Now let's copy it and then add the br tag and paste it again, and we will update line 2. Now if we come to the web page, here we are getting this address and this address value in 2 lines. Now if we make it editable, then we will get 2 input fields. So we have to add the logic in this input field so that we can update the address using this input field. So here let's add the onChange property. Here we will pass the event and we will add the set user data, then provide the previous data, then we will add the spread operator, previous data, then add the address, then here we will use previous.address, and in this one we will update line 1 e.target.value. So here we have used the nested spread operator where we are updating the object that is stored inside the object. After that, here we will add the value property where we will add user data dot address dot line 1. Similarly, we will copy this onChange and this value property from here, and we will paste it in the second input field. Here we have to update this line 2 and here also line 2. Now after this div, we will create one more div, and here we will add one p tag. Here we are going to display this basic information, so let me copy the text and paste it here. After this p tag, we will create one div, and here we will add one p tag where we will display this gender. So just copy it from here and paste it here. After that, we will copy this ternary operator and just paste it here. Here we are not going to add the input field. Instead of the input field, we will use the select tag. So just add select. From here we can remove the ID and name property, and here we will create two option tag. So in the first option tag, let's add male in both value and this option tag text. Now in the second one, we will add female. After that, in the select tag, let's add the onChange property so that whenever we will change this data, it will update the object. For that, simply add the onChange property. Here we will pass the arrow function and event, and here we will call set user data. In this one we will pass the previous data, and here we will use a spread operator. So we will add the triple dot previous, and in this one we will update the gender property, and here let's provide e.target.value. After this, here we have to add the value property, and in this one we will use the user data dot gender. Now save the changes. So here we are getting this gender. After that, instead of this name we will add gender. Save the changes. So here we are getting this value male. Now let me make this a state true. If we save the changes, as you can see, we can edit these information. This phone number, name, we can select this gender. After that, let's right click and select format document, and after this ternary operator, here we will add one p tag. Here we will add birthday. Here we will add the colon, then let's add the curly braces. Here we will check is edit is true. In that case, here we are going to add one input field, and the input type will be date. So we will select date. From here, let's remove the name and ID property, and let's move it in the new line so we can easily read it. After that, we'll add the colon and add one p tag, and within this p tag we will display user data dot date of birth. After that, in this input field, let's add the onChange property. In this onChange property, we can use the same format. So let me copy it from here and paste it here. After that, here we will update this gender to date of birth, and after this we will add the value property, that will be user data dot dob. After that, save the changes. So here you can see we are getting this calendar to select the date, and we can change the date by selecting on this calendar. Now let's make it false. So we will get these text, date of birth, and we have all the information that we cannot edit now. Here after this div we will add one more div, and in this one we will add the curly braces, and we will check if is edit is true. In that case, we will add the button tag, and if it is false, then we will add the another button tag. When the is edit is true, then we will add the save information button, and if it is false, then we will provide edit button. So in that case, if it is true, here let's add the save information button. So just copy and paste it here, and if it is true, then we will give this edit option. So just paste it. After that, in both button tag we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass this arrow function, and here we will call set is edit. Here in the first one we will add false, and in the second one we will add true. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. When we reload the web page, here we have this edit option. Till now we cannot edit it, but if I click on this edit button, now we have these input field to edit the name, phone, address, gender and date of birth, and here we have this save information. Now all the data gets saved. Let's check it again. If I click on edit, now these fields are editable. We can make it text and save the info. Now you can see this name has been updated and it has been updated in the object. After that, we will make this project full stack. Then we will make the API to change the data in the database also. Now we have created all the structure. Next we will add the CSS properties to design this layout. So first in this div, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide maximum width, flex column, gap and text small. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web page. After that, we will add the CSS property in this image tag. So let's add the class name property that will be width 36. Then we will provide border radius. We will save this property. Now this image is looking good. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this name. So let me reload the web page. So it will reset this name. After that, we will add the CSS property in this input field also. So just add the class name. Here let's provide background color gray, text 3XL, font medium, max width and margin top. After that, let's add the CSS properties in this p tag. So just provide font medium, text 3XL, text color and margin top 4. Save the changes and come back to the web page. So here we are getting this name. Now if I click on edit, now it will be converted in the input field, and here we have the background color, which is very light color, so that we will come to know that it is in the edit mode. After that, we will add the CSS property in this HR tag. So in this HR tag, let's add the class name property. Just provide background color, height and border none. Save the changes. Next we will add the CSS property in this p tag. So in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide text neutral 500, then underline, margin top. After that, save the changes and open the web browser. So here you can see the changes in this text, contact information. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this div. So let's add the class name property. Here we will add grade columns, 1 fraction, 3 fraction, gap and margin top, text color. We will save the changes. Now you can see when we provide grid, in the left side we have these email ID, phone number, address, and in the right side we have the values. This dummy email ID, phone number and address. Now when we click on this edit, it will convert it into the input field. After that, we will come back to the VS Code editor. And here in this p tag, let's add the class name, font medium. Here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here let's provide text blue 500. After that, in this p tag, let's provide class name property. It will be font medium. Now in this input field also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide background gray, max width. After that, let's add the class name in this p tag, that is user data phone. Just add the text blue 400. Now save the changes. So here we have the color in this email ID and this phone number also. Now when we click on edit, in the phone field you can see the background color, same as this name input field. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag, which is address, and here let's provide font medium. After that, in this input field also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide background gray, we will use this gray 50. Similarly, in this second input field also, we will add the same class name. So just copy and paste it here. After that, in this p tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 500 and save the changes. So here we have the text color gray. After that, we will copy this class name text neutral 500 underline and margin top from this contact info and paste it here in this basic information. So let's add the class name and paste this classes. Save the changes. So here we are getting this underline effect and text color in this basic information. After that, in this div we will add the class name property, and here we will provide grid columns, 1 fraction, 3 fraction, gap, margin top, text color. Now save the changes. So in the left side we have this gender, birthday, and in the right side we have the male and this date of birth. When we click on this edit button, here it will be converted into the select tag and this date input field. Next we will add the CSS properties for this section. For that, in this p tag, let's add the class name property. Here we will provide font medium. After that, in this select tag also, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide max width 20, background gray. After that, we will add the CSS property in this p tag also. Here we will provide text gray 400. We will save the changes. So here we are getting the changes in this text. After that, we will add the CSS properties in this p tag. So let's add the class name font medium. In this input field, we will add the class name. Here let's provide the maximum width, background gray. Now in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide text gray 400. Now save the changes. So here you can see the changes in this text, and if we click on this edit, here in the background we are getting this gray color. After that, we will add the CSS property for this button. For that, first we will add the CSS property in this div. So let's add the class name, that is margin top 10. After that, in this button tag, let's add the class name, and here let's provide border primary, padding, then border radius. Save the changes. Now we will add the same class name in the second button. So just copy and paste it, save the changes. Here we are getting this edit button, and when we click here, it will display the save information button, and all the p tag will be converted into the input field. And if I click on this button, it will again display the paragraph text and edit button. Next we will add the hover effect on these buttons. So here let's add hover effect, that will be background primary, hover text white, transition all. After that, let's copy this hover class name from here and add the same thing in the second button. Save the changes. Now when we hover on this button, you can see this effect. The background is changing and color is also changing. You can see the same hover on both buttons. Now we have created the UI design for the profile page also, as you can see on this Figma design. It is ready. Now we are not changing this image, but whenever we will make the backend, we will add the functionality so that user can edit their profile picture also, and the image will get stored in the database. Now we have created this profile page also. Next we have to create the My Appointments page, where we will display the already booked user's appointment. For that, let's come back to the My Appointments page, and here we will create this page. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open myappointments.jsx file. In this file, we will create this text which is my appointments. For that, here within this div, we will add one p tag, and let me copy this text from this design file and paste it here in this p tag. After this p tag, let's add one div, and in this div, we will display the appointments. But right now we don't have the appointment data. So instead of the appointment data, we will display the doctor data here. And when we will create the backend and appointment booking system, then we will display the user appointments in this page. So here we will get the doctor's data from the context. So just add const curly braces doctors equal to use context, and in this context we will provide app context. Here we are not getting the session, so let me manually import it. So just add import curly braces app context from / context folder / app context. Here we have the doctor's data. Now within this div, we will add the curly braces, and here we will use the doctors array to map the data. So let's add the doctors dot. Then we will add the slice so that we will get only two entries. So just add 0, 2. After that, here we will use the map method. Now in this map method, we will pass one arrow function. And here we will use this small bracket. Here we will create one div. Now in this parameter, we will get individual item and index number. After that, in this div, let's add the key property that will be index number. After that, let's save the changes. Now come back to the web browser. After that, we have to create this item so that we can display the appointment. So for this individual item, we had to create this structure to display the image, name, a specialty, address, date and time. And here we have to create the button called cancel appointment or pay online button. So just come back to the VS Code editor, and after this we will create another div, and here let's add the image tag to display the doctor's image. So let's add item.image. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So as you can see here, we are getting two doctor's image. After this closing div, let's add another div, and here let's add 6 p tag. So we will type p into 6. Now in the first one, we will display the doctor's name. For that, let's add the curly braces. And in this curly braces, let's add item.name. In the second p tag, we have to display the doctor's specialty. So let's add the curly braces and we will use item.specialty. After that, in the third p tag, we have to display this text, which is address. So let me copy it from here and paste it in this p tag. After that, in the fourth p tag, we have to display the address line 1 and line 2. So in this p tag, let's add the curly braces. Here we will add item dot address dot line 1. Now just copy and paste it in the second one. Instead of line 1, we will add line 2. After that, we will display the date and time. So from here, let me copy this text, date and time. And in this p tag, we will add the span tag, and within this span tag, paste this text. Here we will add the colon also. After that, here we have to add the date and time. So let me copy this and paste it here. After this div, here let's add one more div. In this div, we will not add anything. In this one, we will add the structure so that we can make this component responsive. After this div, here we will add another div, and in this one, we will display this button. So here we are going to create two buttons that will be pay online and cancel button. So let's add the button tag into 2. So in the first button tag, let's add pay online. Now in the second button tag, we will add cancel appointment. After that, save the changes and come back to the browser screen. So here we are getting this image, details, and this button. Next, we have to provide the CSS properties for this component. So here in this p tag, let's add the class name property, and here we will add padding, margin, font medium, text color, then border bottom. Save the changes. So here we have this horizontal line at the bottom of this my appointments. Next, we will add the CSS properties in this div tag where we have the key, right? So here let's add the class name property, and in this class name we will provide grid columns, 1 fraction, 2 fraction, gap, and we will use the flex, then gap 6 for different screen, then padding, then border bottom. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So in the left side we have this image, then we have this text, and in the right side we have this button text. After that, let's add the CSS property for this image tag. So in this image, let's add the class name property, and here we will provide width 32, then background indigo 50. Save the changes. So now you can see here this image size is perfect. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this container where we have added all these text. So here in this div, let's add the class name property. Here we will add flex 1, so it will use the available space in the row. So just add flex 1, text small, text color. Save the changes. So now you can see we have the image, then this text, and in the right side we have these button text. After that, in the first p tag, let's add the class name property. In this class name property, let's add text neutral, font semi-bold. After that, in the address, let's add the class name, and here let's add text color, font medium, and margin top. After that, in these paragraph tag where we have the address line 1, line 2, so let's add the class name, and here we will provide text size extra small. After that, in this span tag, we will add the class name property, and here we will provide text small and margin top. After that, we will add the class name in this p tag, and here let's add the text small and margin top. After that, in this span tag, let's add the class name. And in this one, we will provide text small, text color, font weight medium. Save the changes. We will come back to the web browser. Now this text are looking good. Next, we will add the CSS properties for these buttons. So first, let's add the CSS property in this div. So here, let's add the class name property. And in this one, we will provide flex, flex column, gap, and justify end. We will save the changes. Now these buttons are arranged in column. Now we will add the CSS properties in these buttons. So just add the class name. And in these buttons, we will add text small, text color, text center, and for different screen size, we will add the minimum width, padding Y, border, and border radius. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these buttons are looking good. Now in these buttons, we will add the color as you can see in this Figma design file. So we will add the hover effect, and when we will hover on these buttons, it will display the color, which is the primary color, and in the cancel button, it will display the red color. So here in the first button, let's add the hover property. Let's add the hover background primary, then hover text color white, then we will add the transition all and duration, that is 300 milliseconds. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I hover on the pay online button, we are getting this primary background color. Now just copy this hover class name from the first button and paste it in the second one. And here, instead of using this BG primary, we will use background red 600. Now save the changes. Now you can see if I hover on the second button, it is displaying the red color. Now let me increase the slice. It will be 3. So here you can see 3 entries. Now our appointment page is looking good. Let me come back to the home page. So now we have created almost all the UI part of this web application. Next, we have to make our web page responsive. So most of our component will be responsive by default, but when we click on inspect tab and click on phone view, so here we have this profile section, but here we are not getting the mobile menu. So here you can see we have the menu on the main screen, but for the small screen, this menu is hidden. So we will create that menu. So let me come back to the VS Code editor and let's open Navbar.jsx file. Now in this file, after this ternary operator here, we will add one image tag, and in this image src, we will use assets.menuIcon. After that, save the changes. So here we are getting this menu icon. Now we will add the class name property in this image tag. So just add the class name, and here we will provide width 6. After that, we will add the medium size, and here we will add the hidden. So by adding this hidden, this menu icon will be hidden for larger screen or medium screen. So let me come back to the web page. So you can see this menu icon is looking good. Now when we click here, nothing happens, right? So here we have created the state variable with the name show menu, right? Now we will link this state with this image tag. For that, we will add onClick property. And in this onClick property, we will add one arrow function, and here we will call set show menu, and we will make it true from the false. So whenever we will click on this, then it will update this state to true. By using this state, we will display the mobile menu on this application. For that, after this image tag, we will create one comment, and here let's add the comment text mobile menu. After this comment, let's add one div, and within this div let's add another div, and here let's add two image tag. So just add the img into 2. Now in the first image src, we are going to use assets dot logo. Now in the second image tag, we are going to use assets dot cross icon. Now this cross icon is for closing our mobile menu. So here let's add the onClick property, and here we will pass this arrow function, and here let's call set show menu, and here we will add false. Now after this div, here we will add one UL tag to display the menu, and in the UL tag we will create 4 navlink tag. So let's add navlink. We will copy this navlink for 3 more times. Now in the first one, let's add home. In the second one, let's add all doctors. In the third one, we will add about. In the fourth one, let's add contact. Now after this, let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. For now, we are getting this menu something like this. Next, we will add the CSS properties for this mobile menu. So let's add the CSS property in this div. So here let's add the class name, and here we will use the dynamic class name. So let me remove it and add the curly braces and backticks. Here we will add hidden for the medium size screen, then right 0, top 0, bottom 0, z index, overflow hidden, background white. Then we will add the transition. Here we have added hidden for the medium devices and above size. So this menu will be hidden for medium and large devices. After that, here we have to add $ curly braces. So we can add the dynamic classes. So let's add the ternary operator to check whether our show menu is true or false. So let's add show menu, and here we will add fixed width full, then height 0, width 0. So here we are checking the condition. If the show menu is true, then this class name will be added, and if it is false, then this height 0, width 0 will be added. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. We will reload the web page. By default, we are getting this icon, and when we click on this, here you can see the mobile menu is visible, and if I click on this cross icon, it will hide this mobile menu. After that, we have to design this mobile menu. For that, we will come to this div, and here we will add the class name property. Here we will provide flex, item center, justify between, padding, and save the changes. So here in the left side we have this logo, and in the right side we have this cross icon. Next, we will add the width for these images. So in this first image, that is logo, we will add the class name width 36, and in the second image, that is the cross icon, we will add the class name, and here let's provide width 7. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see this logo and cross icon size is looking perfect, and if I click here, it will hide this mobile menu, and if I click on the menu icon, it will display this mobile menu. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this UL tags. So here in this UL tag, we will add class name, and let's provide the classes flex, flex column, item center, gap, margin top, padding X, text size and font weight, that is medium. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now you can see these menu in the center and we have some space between these menu. After that, we will add the CSS properties for this navlink tag. Before that, here we will add the to property and we will add the path. So just add to property. Here we will add the string, and in the first one we will add slash for the home path. In the second one we will add slash doctors. Now in the third one we will add slash about. In the fourth one we will add slash contact. Now let's save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here, now you can see we are at the home path, and when we click on all doctors, here the path is slash doctors. Now when we close it, you can see we are at the doctors page, and if I click on about and close this, then we are at the about us page. If I click on any menu, then this menu is open. We have to close this menu when we select any menu, right? So it will close the menu and we will be redirected to these pages. For that, in these nav link, we will add the onClick property. Here we will pass the arrow function, and here we will call setShowMenu, that is false. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. Now if I click on home, we will come to home page and it will hide the mobile menu. If I click on contact, we will come to the contact us page and it will hide the mobile menu. So this logic is working fine. So after that, we will add the CSS properties on these menu links. So here in these navlink tag, let's add the class name property. And in this class name, let's provide padding, border radius, inline block. Here we have to remove this full. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. Here we are using the nav links, then we will get the active class name property in these tags. So if I open the about page and click on this about and inspect it, so here you can see we have added these class name, and here we have one extra class name called active. Now by using this active class name, we are going to provide a background color. For that, let's come back to the index.css file, and here we will add one media query. Here we will add the media and we will add the condition max width, that is 740 pixel, and within this media query, let's add dot active class name, plus we will add the paragraph tag, and here let's add the curly braces, and in this one we will provide apply text white, background primary. Now save the changes. Now let's open navbar.jsx file, and here we will add one p tag also, and within this p tag we will move this text. Here also we will add the same thing. Let me copy this text from here and move it in this p tag. Similarly, in this about also we will add the p tag and move this about within this p tag, and for this contact also let's add the p tag and move this text. Save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this background color in this about text. Let's come back, and here let me remove this class name from here. We will add this class name in the p tag. So let me remove classes from here, and in all these p tag we will paste the class name. Now save the changes. Now you can see this background color is looking good for this menu. When we open the home page, this home menu is highlighted. If I go to all doctors page, and here we have to create the filter button, so that when we click on that filter button, then these menus will be displayed, and when we click again, it will hide these menu. that is the doctor's specialty. So for that, let's come back to the VS Code editor and we will open doctors.jsx file. Now in this div, here we will add one button tag, and in this button tag, let's add the text filters. So just add filters. After that, let's scroll up, and here we have to create one state variable with the name showFilter. So let's add const showFilter. Setter function name will be set showFilter equal to use state and initialize it as false. So by default, in the phone view, this menu will be hidden. Let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this button, we will add the onClick property. So just add the onClick, and here we will pass one arrow function, and here we will call the set showFilter, and here we will take previous state value and we will return not of previous. So if it is true, then it will make it false, and if it is false, it will make it true. After that, we have to add the class name property in this filtered button. So let's add the class name, and here we will use the dynamic class name. So just add the curly braces backticks, and we will add the padding, border, rounded, text size, transition, and above the small screen it will be hidden. After that, here let's add the $, curly braces, and here we will provide the dynamic class name. For that, first we are going to use the ternary operator, and if the showFilter is true, then we will add the background color and text white. So just add showFilter. If it is true, then we will provide the background primary and text white. If it is false, then simply add empty string. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. So here we are getting this filter button. Now if I click here, you can see the color gets changed. Now when we click here, it will update the state and it will display the filter. For that, let's come back to the VS Code editor, and in this div, we will wrap it with curly braces so that we can use the dynamic class name, and here we will provide the backticks. Now we have wrapped this classes with the curly braces and backticks, and in this one we will add the $, curly braces, and here we can check if our showFilter is true. In that case, we will make it visible, and if it is not, then we will make it hidden. For that, from here, let me remove this flex, and here we will check if showFilter is true. In that case, we will provide flex, and if it is not, then we will make it hidden, and for the above screen size, we will add flex. Now save the changes and come back to the web browser. As you can see here, we are not getting any filter, and if I click here, we have these filter option. Let me select this and turn off this filter. So here we are getting the doctor according to the selected filter. And if we click again, it will be deselected and we will get all the doctors list. Now this logic is also working fine. Now we have created all the UI part responsive. Let me check the responsiveness. If we scroll down, here we have this section, we can scroll it. And after that, here we have this doctors list that is also responsive. Here we have the more button, create account button. And if we click on this more button, it will open the all doctors page. So this page is also responsive. Here we have the filter button. Now let's check the about page. So you can see this about page is also looking good in this phone view. Now let's see the contact page. So here we have this contact page which is looking good. Now let's check this profile page. So in this phone view, this profile page is looking good. Now let's go to my appointments page. So you can see this appointments page is also looking good in a smaller screen. Here we have this button in the right side, because in this my appointment page we have added one empty div, and by using this grid we have added this empty div at this place. That's why we are getting this button in the right side. Now we have completed the UI part of our website. In the next video we will create the backend, and we will also create the admin panel for the doctors and hospital. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video, and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.